Good evening. Apologize for being late. We're going to get ready and get started. City Attorney, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
City Clerk?
Yes, sir.
City Manager?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
I call this workshop of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee being held on Tuesday, May the 14th, 2019 at 6:10 to order. May we please stand for the invocation given by Commissioner Everett, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Mayor, if I'm in order, we have a new pastor in our community, the person of Reverend Maddox, that I would like to yield to for our invocation.
Most gracious eternal Father, our God, we thank you tonight for another chance and opportunity to come to your throne of grace. We ask you, God, that as sound minds come together to reason, we pray, dear God, that the Holy Spirit will lead and guide this meeting. Lead and guide all of our behaviors. We thank you, Father, that you will continue to look down upon us, see your Son in us, that we may be a light to the community. We ask you, God, that you will allow us to commune together with brotherly love today, that this commission will make decisions that will better our community. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb.
Present.
Commissioner Bolden.
Here.
Commissioner Everett.
Present.
Commissioner Hill. Present. Vice Mayor Mervin. Present. City Manager.
Present.
Interim City Attorney.
Present.
City Clerk. Present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, staff. And thank each of you all for being here today to participate in our workshop of Tuesday, May 14, 2019. The purpose of the workshop is to discuss our agenda items, but tonight we do have an agenda topic for this particular workshop. It's a presentation. I think at the last commission meeting we was entertaining a proclamation, and there were some questions concerning it. It was a flood proclamation. So we asked the provider to come tonight to kind of give us an overview of the reason for the request of the proclamation.
Mayor, correction, that's a resolution.
A resolution, thank you. So at this time, I'll have our city attorney, I think, who was in contact with him, kind of give him an introduction, and we'll bring him forward to begin the discussion of this item.
Mr. Mayor, I have not, I do know Mr. Bogdanoff, but I have not been in contact with him regarding this item. But he is here. The city manager has invited him to speak on this item. I believe the issue was that the commission was uncomfortable with not knowing what it was asked to be involved in terms of a membership. And so Mr. Bogdanoff is prepared to explain what that organization does and whether it is worthy of your consideration for membership.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having me today. My name is Alec Bogdanoff. I'm the Florida Resilience Manager for the American Flood Coalition. We are a national organization looking for national solutions to sea level rise and flooding. As you all, as a community along Lake Okeechobee, know that, you know, in South Florida we have one of the most complex flood control systems in the world, and that flooding is always an issue of our community, whether it be Pahokee or Palmetto Bay, Pinecrest, and Pompano Beach. That all of South Florida and has special, unique challenges, as well as Florida and also the nation. So I wanted to give you all an introduction to the American Flood Coalition, let you know a little about myself, and also answer any questions you have.
Let's start off. Does the coalition membership require a annual fee from members?
No, there's no fee to join, and there's no legal obligation with membership either.
Okay. How long have the coalition been in existence?
Yeah, so we are an organization that's a little over a year old. Since we started, we have 150 members. We have 30 plus cities in the state of Florida. We have I think we have over 50 cities now across 10 states. So although we are a young organization, we have grown quickly because this is an area of need for a lot of communities. And I do have some further details on our presentation if you want to. I can go through the slides quickly. So we have actually now 13 members of Congress, 43 cities, 50 elected officials, 24 businesses, 5 military leaders, and 13 civic groups across 10 states. And so basically our mission as an organization is about proactively protecting communities from flood risk. As we all have seen, that communities that think about flood risk before can reduce their flood risk, and the cost benefit is very high in terms of kind of the money you spend beforehand, making sure that a flood doesn't destroy, damage your community, gives you a lot of benefit on the back end. And a good example of that is just down the road with the levee around Lake Okeechobee. And for those of you who know that, that took a tremendous federal lift and we're looking to the federal government basically as a need to continue to support projects like that across the country and figure out how we're going to continue to address the flood risk we have and the flood risk that we're going to see increasing as rainstorms become heavier and seas continue to rise. And so we're about protecting the economy, rebuilding. So a lot of times right now, if you get money, you got to build back the same way, but it's a lot better investment to spend a little extra money and build back stronger. Things like making sure that communities have funds for strategic planning and also to make sure that our military is ready 365 days a year. And so this is just some of our members that include Representative Brian Mast, Francis Rooney, the City of Miami, Broward County, former Congressman Carlos Cabello, to name a few. And so benefits to the city are that we are a strong platform to advocate as a nonpartisan group for national solutions. So to figure out how we're going to find new sources of federal funding, how we're going to make sure that dollars get to communities faster and more efficiently. It's also a forum for best practices, sharing things across our membership. We have a new membership portal which provides access to all of our resources that we have online, best practice guides and things like that. In addition, we have tools that we're able to kind of leverage, including some pilot programs we do. But joining is simple and easy. There's no cost. There's no obligation. And so there's very little to kind of create a bar for communities to join. And we are continuing to grow. As I said, we're just a little over a year old and have 150 members from across 10 states.
So you're saying no money to join, no legal obligation we would have with this organization. I'm saying your platform in terms of helping invest in improving infrastructure. What are some of the other benefits? I know that's a great benefit, but what would place our city in an advantage by being a member of this group apart from possible monies to improve infrastructure? Not exactly like it was, but even better. But what are some of the other benefits? Because I guess I'm trying to draw the connection between there's no money to join, there's no legal obligation, and
So first, we are philanthropically funded from both private donors and also kind of foundations as well. And so through that, that's why we're able to offer a no-cost membership. So these are people who've seen a need for communities who've been affected by flooding and know that proactive, thoughtful planning can do a lot for communities. So to answer your other question, in terms of what resources we have. So on top of being an advocacy platform, we do have that member portal and have a bunch of membership, have a bunch of resources there. So things that look at, one we're working on now looks at the Army Corps process. What are a few things that small governments can do with not a lot of money to improve their resilience, to improve their community, to make sure when the next storm strikes, it's not as damaging to their community. In addition, we serve as a platform, so communities that may have looked at similar challenges, we can connect you with folks, whether it's Beaufort, South Carolina, or another city in Florida. In addition, we can provide, if there's a specific thing that the community needs help with, we have expertise in our staff. We've met people who work for the Army Corps who work on the Hill. I'm an oceanographer and meteorologist who focuses on resilience. And so we have that expertise in our organization as well and can provide that.
Could you tell me what have you done in the past that you said you've been in business about a year or so
Sure.
Give some
Absolutely.
examples.
So we helped support the Miami Forever Bond through our sister organization, the American Flood Coalition Action. And so through that, we were able to help the city of Miami pass a $400 million Forever Bond, general obligation bond, that they're using to improve their resilience. Another thing we did was we got language in a program called the Defense Access Roads Program. It's a fairly small program in the Department of Defense, but it allows the military to spend money off base. And it wouldn't necessarily apply to this community, but there are communities that the roads to the bases were flooding a lot and the community couldn't get to the bases. And the military couldn't spend money to fix those roads. So we changed federal policy, and now the military can spend money on roads that are flooding and improve those roads to reduce flooding in a community nearby. So those are just some of the things. We're going to be launching a pilot project in the next couple of weeks with a community looking at flood adaptation and ways they can do that. So we also have built a kind of a smattering of resources that are available in our member portal as well, looking at best practice guides for vulnerability assessments and things like that.
And have you looked at Pahokee, and what would you say you could do for us?
So I would say for this community, we can serve as a resource and provide those resources. We're going to be doing more pilot programs, and we're also looking to our members to see what they need. So we're learning a lot from our members as a young organization. Are there small things that we can provide to our communities that make a big difference? And so really, we would look to the community and say, what are your needs? Are there ways that we can help you as an organization to move things forward?
During the past year, what has been the most controversial topic or proposal you have encountered, and was there a major opposition to it? Anything that caused any type of controversy?
So we have a very strict policy platform, and we have a process in place that both our member advisory board and our main board of directors have to approve things that don't fit within our core mission. So because of that, we tend not to take on the controversial issues. We're about common sense solutions. And so because we take that middle road and we really make sure that there's consensus on the solutions, we tend, and we don't, play in those controversial issues. And we do this because we know that our membership is made up of business interests and municipalities, and we want to make sure that everybody can be in this organization and feel comfortable with the work we're doing.
Are there any additional questions from the commission?
No, after listening, I just think it's a coalition, and at the end of the day, I'm sure you provide all type of resources and references, and from what I'm hearing and looking at, sure we be nothing but beneficial to us. What can we lose?
How many cities already implemented this program? 30 plus cities?
So we have I think the number, I forget the number, it's on the second slide that it has.
43.
43, and it might be, I know we have a couple who are bringing resolutions in this week, so about 43 cities have already joined, municipalities have already joined. A good size of them are in Florida, a majority are in Florida, just because that has been our focus. It's a state that obviously has a lot of need, but we are continuing to expand.
What percentage are rural cities?
Are rural? Not a lot. Most of our cities are coastal because they think about sea level rise and flooding and not a lot more. We do have communities like Coral Springs that are inland. They're not necessarily rural, but are thinking about different types of flooding. And it has been a priority for me and for the organization to bring in more diverse municipalities, including rural communities.
In addition to questions, Commission. My final question, what is the organization's stance on the Herbert Hoover Dike? Do you support the dollars that are being spent there for the protection of the dike levee?
We do not take positions on particular projects, and that's because as an organization that, again, represents diverse interests, we want to make sure that we don't end up on one side of an issue that's opposite to our members. If there's particular concerns you guys have or interest, we'd be happy to help figure out how to facilitate a conversation with appropriate folks to kind of address those. But again, we just because of the nature of our organization, we don't take a position on particular projects like that.
Great. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
We do have this resolution back on the agenda for tonight for consideration.
Yes.
Okay. We do have a few minutes. Any particular items for discussion on tonight's agenda, City Manager, that we'll be talking about?
Not in particular, Mayor. We just have a healthy agenda of some resolutions, some consent items. Nothing in specific. I had some discussions prior to kind of flesh out any questions, but I think everything's pretty forward tonight with resolutions and things we have to take care of. It's day-to-day operation procedures that require resolutions.
Thank you. Any final comments or words from the City Commission? So we adjourn. Vice Mayor Murray.
Not at this time.
Commissioner Everett.
Not at the moment.
Commissioner Bowden.
No.
Commissioner Hill.
Not at the moment.
Thank you. I adjourn this workshop of Tuesday, May 14, and we will reconvene in about 3 minutes. Thank you. time. City Attorney, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
City Manager, you ready? City Clerk? Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
I call this City Commission meeting of the City Commission, regular commission meeting of Tuesday, May 14, 2019, to order at 6:33 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation led by Pastor Maddox, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father God, we thank you for yet another time that we're able to come together. Dear God, we pray for this city commission. We pray for this diocese, dear God. We pray for all of the members of this community, that we will solve problems with love, peace, and joy, that we will come together as one. God, we thank you, Father God, for the meeting of the minds, that whatever decisions is made will be made to best represent your people. This we ask in Christ's name, amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb,
Present.
Commissioner Boland,
Present.
Commissioner Hill,
Present.
Commissioner Everett,
Present.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Present.
City Manager,
Here.
Interim City Attorney,
Here.
City Clerk, present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff. And thank each of y'all for being here tonight to participate in our regular scheduled commission meeting of Tuesday, May the 14th, 2019. Thank you, Pastor Maddox, for the invocation. Tonight's agenda is a little lengthy. We're going to ask for your patience. We're also going to ask for your consideration to be cordial and courteous during the deliberation up here tonight. Please keep the talking to a minimum. There's a lot of folks in here. We have a sensitive microphone system that echo volume back up into the dais. So if you can work with us, we certainly want to work with you. We want to thank Lisa Wilson from Commissioner McKinley's office. I don't know if we have any other elected officials or any other state or local representatives here, but we thank you for being here. We're going to proceed along with our agenda. The first thing on our agenda is the additions, deletions, and approval of the agenda items. I would ask the city manager this time, do you have any addition that will be presented tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. Citizens, thanks for joining us tonight. Mayor Commission, yes, I have an addition. We need to add for presentations, Employee of the Year. And legacy, properties, that's it for addition deletions, Mayor.
And both of those going on the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. To the commission, are there any additions that or deletion you see that we should?
Mayor, if we have to look at, next commission meeting is May 28th, and that is also Pahokee Middle School graduation. So when we look at high school, graduation, to see will we reschedule that commission meeting or cancel that one.
Thank you. We'll add that on for consideration if it's the desire of the City Commission. Commissioners, are there any other addition or deletion? Just have one concern. We have a lengthy consent agenda item, and normally when I look at consent agenda item, it's normally something that we have previously discussed and got a pretty good handle on what we're going to do. Really don't need any deliberation or conversation or debate or things along those lines. Just actually kind of look closely at that to see if anything that you may need further explanation, so we can pull it and discuss those on an individual basis. If not, we'll continue with the consent agenda item as presented. Everyone comfortable with the consent agenda item? Hearing none, we'll move on. The chair now will entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda items as presented with the two additions of the employee of the month of the year and the legacy property presentation.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we accept the agenda with the necessary additions as stated.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin that we accept the agenda item as presented along with the two additions that was presented earlier. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Mayor Bat?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. The agenda item passes by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to our citizen comments. Must be agenda item. Must have a comment card completed. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any comments card completed on agenda items only?
I received one from Ms. Joanne Culberson. However, she didn't specify. Okay. No, sir.
Okay. Hearing or seeing none, we'll move on. Now we'll move to our public services announcement. Also must have a public service comment card. Madam Clerk, at this time, do we have any public service comment card completed?
Yes, sir. One from Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Mr. Patrick, they come.
Mr. Patrick, 187 West 5th Street, Pahokee, Florida. I come this evening for two reasons, but I've been instructed and I better just try to do one. There are a lot that's been going on in our city, and a bunch of guys and ladies got together, so we thought that we would try to do something in terms of maybe having a gospel festival or something in this city to try to bring the city back together. I did get a chance to speak with Commissioner Bowl, and she told me to come by and see her. Just haven't had the opportunity because my gospel group has been traveling from Macon, Georgia, different places, so we're just getting back in town. But I'm asking for this city to support this effort that we're trying to put this together in terms of bringing in artists from different places. And when I say from different places, I mean they could be white, green, pink, whatever. We're trying to unite our city. It's a whole lot going on Facebook. It's a whole lot of talking going on. And we're just one small city that has always been connected together. So we're trying to bring a festival or something here, a 2-day festival, a weekend festival, to where we can just all get together and go into one central location and us just have a good time and not worry about the political part and all of this other stuff that are going on into our city. Because when it all boils down, God's not pleased with anything of any of us of what we're doing and the way we're going about doing it. So I just wanted to bring to this commission, and I did get a chance to talk with Ms. Bowler a little bit, and she said, Kirk, she said, why don't you consider naming it the Grassy Waters Gospel Festival? And that's including everybody. And we find a central location. I did speak with someone else too. During those months, it's going to be kind of hot. So we're trying to find a local church. I don't care what church it is. So where we can come together and be on board and try to get this through our city. Because everybody that's sitting here, regardless of the statements that we're making and the things that we're saying, we love this city. Because if you didn't love this city, you wouldn't be here. But I think some of us have taken this a little too far for what we're trying to do. So I'm asking this city to give me an opportunity. The dates that we're projected is August 31st through September 1st. We do have quite a few organizers. We are still meeting. We definitely need the city of Pahokee support because we do not have the funds. We've been raising money to try and do whatever we need to do for this, but we're going to definitely need you guys' support on this. That's with location. That's with helping us set it up. That's with helping us be able to put this forward. And Mayor, my time has ran out, but thank you.
Any questions on that presentation as far as a community event, gospel event from the commission?
So will this festival consist of a variety of gospel groups?
Whatever. I spoke with Bowler. We're going, our gospel group has to travel down to Hollywood, and they have this big festival where they have it for 2 days. And one day they have R&B, they have country, they have everything that you can imagine. And then on Sundays they have gospel groups from all walks of life. And I'm just asking, it's for everybody. And we really need something in this city to bring this city back together. And I'm asking for you all support on this, seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And hopefully at the next commission meeting we can formally give our support as we see a fit for this project to move forward. And we do have some really good organizers for its events, Commissioner Bowden and the Vice Mayor, even really all the commissions. So I'm quite sure we'll assist with this as much as we can. Thank you, Mr. Patrick.
Thank you.
City Clerk, are there in addition public service announcements?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move to the approval of the minutes. We have quite a few minutes that need to be approved. Let's take them individually with so many, unless it's the desire of the commission to do them all at once. If we all have read them and we're comfortable with them, we'll do all the minutes and workshops. I'll list them here. We're asking for the approval of the February 12, 2019 Commission Workshop Minutes, February 12, 2019 Regular Schedule Commission Meeting Minutes, the February 26, 2019 Commission Workshop Minutes, February 26, 2019 Regular Schedule Commission Meeting Minutes, February March 26, 2019 Commission Workshop Minutes, March 26, Regular Schedule Commission Meeting Minutes, April 9th Commission Workshop Minutes, April 9th, 2019 Regular Schedule Commission Meeting Minutes, April 23rd, 2019 Commission Workshop Minutes, and the April 23rd, 2019 Regular Schedule Commission Meeting Minutes. Having heard the listed minutes, what's your pleasure, City Commission?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes from February 12, 2019 to August 23rd, 2019. I'm going to say April 23rd, 2019, sorry.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Hill that we'll accept the minutes from February 12th to April 23rd, 2019. This will include both the commission workshops during that period, as well as the regular scheduled commission meetings. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. The various workshops minutes as well as the regular commission meeting minutes from February the 12th, 2019 to April 23rd, 2019 has been approved by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to our consent agenda. On our consent agenda, we have Resolution 2019-22. We have Resolution 2019-23. We have Resolution 2019-25. We also have Resolution 2019-26. At this time, I'm going to have our city attorney just read the various resolutions. Again, this is a consent agenda item. We won't be doing any discussion on this unless we decide to pull it at the last minute. City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Resolution 2019-22, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, retroactively approving the performance of certain maintenance and repair services at the Marina Campground and Restaurant for work performed by Amalgamated Property Services, LLC, as described on the invoices attached hereto as Composite Exhibit A, authorizing payment of invoices, providing for allocation of funds, providing for an effective date. Resolution 2019-23, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to issue payment to Creative Bus Sales, Inc. for wheelchair accessible equipment related to the Florida Department of Transportation, Office of Freight Logistics and Passenger Operations, contract number TRIPS-17-CA-CBS, providing for allocation of funds, providing for an effective date. Resolution number 2019-25, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving certain services at the Marina Campground and Restaurant by Palm Beach Septic Systems, Inc., as described in Exhibit A, authorizing the payment of an invoice, providing for allocation of funds, providing for an effective date. Resolution number 2019-26, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, adopting the city's revised emergency preparedness plans attached hereto as Composite Exhibit A, which include a disaster evacuation plan, a continuity of operations plan, and marina preparedness plan, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Commissioners haven't had these various resolutions read properly into the minutes, and this is a consent agenda item. What's your pleasure?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda items as stated.
It has been moved by Commissioner Hill and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett that we accept the consent agenda items read. Call for questions. Hearing and seeing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mayor, Commission, just one notation on one of those resolutions. It was for approval to purchase the wheelchair accessories for a new bus that's going to be delivered here to Parks and Recreation. That was a grant that was awarded to the City of Pahokee last fall. The value of that bus is, I think, it's about $118,000. I could be wrong, but about $118,000. Our commitment was only $10,000 for the wheelchair accessibility. So that's a feather in our cap for Parks and Recreation for senior and youth transportation. But it will a new bus will be delivered hopefully in the next 30 to less than 45 days, hopefully. But that was a grant that was awarded to the City of Pahokee. Subsequently, the big bus that we have now was also through that same type of submission of grants to get a donated bus to the City of Pahokee. So we saved ourselves about $120,000 in purchasing a new bus by getting that grant awarded to the City of Pahokee.
Thank you. In addition, questions? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk. I'm ready to vote? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
All right. Now we'll move to resolutions. We have a resolution 2019-21, City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Resolution 2019-21, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, providing for the City of Pahokee to become a member of the American Flood Coalition.
City Commission, having heard resolution 2018-21, properly read into the minutes. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we accept resolution 2019-21 for our consideration tonight.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin for the adoption of resolution 2019-21. Call for questions.
I have a comment. Is that? I guess my thought is that I don't really see the value of this, and if we become a member of something where we're not paying anything to be a member, how do we control what they do or say on our behalf? So that kind of worries me a little bit.
Okay. In addition, question from the Commission. Hearing or seeing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
No.
Commissioner Bowman?
No?
Commissioner Hill?
Is this American Flood Coalition? Yes. Well, okay, I'll see. I had a question. I still had a concern. Do we just vote first and then I'll probably come back to it?
Okay, we're in voting, so you can come back to your question after the vote.
Okay, no.
Okay.
No, I still have a question. A concern.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Commissioner Hill, you may ask your question.
I think we should have had a little more time or did some more research, or we should be able to kind of look into it a little more. Although it is a coalition, and in a sense, I wouldn't see how it would hurt. But also, what weighs more? Is it more? Are we benefiting more, or will it hurt us? I don't think it's anything that would, keep us there, keep us just still. However, what are the benefits? How will it really help us? Because we're not paying anything, we're not doing anything, but I just think we just a little more time, just a lot more questions to be asked. That's what I'm saying.
One of the things I would say, Mr. Mayor, is number one, it's a very new organization.
Right.
And it seems like maybe they're in high pursuit of members. When the question was asked, what have they done? Mm-hmm. It was nothing specific. To me, it was cherry picking. No money, no legal obligation. It's almost a too good to be true scenario. So, at this point, it's no. If they prove themselves, show where they can advocate and position the city to do something, where to be beneficial, I could see being a member of it. But just joining something to boost someone's numbers, and they cannot outline what they have done, and they're fairly new organization. No money obligation, no legal obligation. A little bit too good to be true, in my opinion.
Mayor, if it pleases the commission, we can what we can do right now is we have the vote in. We can go back and spend some more time on this, dig into it a little bit more. Me and the city attorney do some more research on this organization and take a closer look at long-term benefits for the city of Pahokee. I do agree with the commission. I don't see an immediate benefit of joining today. But allow us to do some more research, and if something comes up differently that we can bring this conversation back to the table, we'll certainly bring the resolution back for consideration.
Well, I can't individually tell the city attorney not to do it, but I think it would be a waste of time if the commission almost unanimously stated that it was something that they don't want to do.
Right. No, I'm saying this, you know, in the future, if something else changes about this organization that we feel comfortable with to present it, we can bring it back.
Maybe a year or two down the road.
I mean, because it is new. You just don't know which way it may go. I would want to ask more questions. I wouldn't see why not, you know?
Great. Thank you, Commissioners. The resolution passes by a majority vote, 4-1.
No,
I'm defeated by a majority vote.
give or take.
Resolution 2018-24, City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, accepting the proposal for external auditing services from HCT Certified Public Accountants and Consultants, LLC, in response to the City of Pahokee's request for proposal 2019-01, authorizing the city manager to negotiate an agreement in accordance with Section 218.391 Florida statutes, authorizing the city manager and the mayor to execute an agreement consistent with the terms and conditions set forth in Exhibit A hereto, providing for adoption of representations, providing for allocation of funds, providing for an effective date.
City Commission, having had Resolution 2019-24 properly read into the minutes for your consideration, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to offer a motion that we accept Resolution 2019-24 for our consideration tonight.
Could that be explained by someone? Can you explain it a little more? Just so that some of the citizens.
Yes, City Attorney, if need to have the city manager kind of follow up.
It would normally be your manager explaining, but I'm happy to, I guess.
It's our new agreement with our auditing firm that does our annual audit. We had Nolan and Hart for a very long time here, but through our standards and Florida statute, we had to go out for bid. And Nolan Hart actually didn't respond to the bid this year, but ACT did. So they were the selecting bidder. Our audit committee actually reviewed their proposal and application and made that recommendation to the city manager. So I'm making it to the city commission. So it's a new audit firm for the city of Pahokee. And I believe they have a 1-year deal with 2-year options. I think it's a 1-year deal with two additional years.
Two additional options for renewal.
So we'll try them out for a year, see how it goes, and if we are happy with them, we'll continue working with them as our auditors for the city of Pahokee.
So the previous auditors did not respond?
No, they decided that they didn't want to continue with our services, providing us services. I think what happened is they have a lot of clients, and they just saw that we're a small client of theirs, and we're not one of their big clients, and they just didn't feel that they wanted to continue with the services. No disingenuous conversation or relationship. They just felt that our little small contract was, they had bigger, clients that they wanted to focus on at this time, so they chose not to continue working with the city of Pahokee. Or submit a bid, I'm sorry.
I would want to. Okay.
I
have more questions with that too. Huh?
I have one question about the contract.
Can we made the motion has been seconded. Can we accept it and then open the floor for discussion?
We can do that.
You are in discussion right now. If it's been seconded, you're in discussion.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Was it second?
It
wasn't second. It was offered, but it wasn't second. It was never second.
Who?
Ms. Clerk, was it second?
No, sir.
Thank you.
So I'll second.
And who made
it?
I offered the motion and asked for it to be explained, but it was
right.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. So now I can
thank you.
Now you can ask.
Vice Mayor.
Additional questions?
Okay. When I read this in the agreement, on paragraph 1.2, it says that they'll make a report to the city manager. And I wondered if we could ask them to also make a presentation to the city commission about their findings.
Typically, that's what they do at the end of the audit report.
That was
typically what they do.
That was my concern to city manager, but I understand that they make a report at the end.
Right.
In the agreement, it states that they make progress reports throughout the auditing process.
Yeah.
And so the question is, not only getting an end report, but can we get a report throughout? That was one of my concerns
The same
with
report I get.
Section 12.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can pass it along.
And then when it said in section 1.5, they're going to access accounting controls, what does that mean?
Say again.
1.5, it said they were going to assess accounting controls.
You may assess accounting controls.
Mhm.
They're going to review our accountability control for financial practices.
Okay, and that'll be in their report as well?
All of this will be in the report.
Okay.
Same as Nolan and Hart, just different accounting firm.
And just as clarification, just so that I know for section 1.2, you want that revised so that those those written reports are sent to because these are about written reports, they're sent to the commission as well as the city manager.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See, my concern was the only thing when things like this come up, I just want it to be very transparent to the citizens and make sure that everything is very consistent. Man, I mean, it's just so much going on. It's too much going on right now. So for the previous auditors not to respond or something's coming up, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. So I just feel that we just need to discuss it and be, transparent about it and see how, what's really going on and why.
In addition to questions?
And one of the things I would like to add, and maybe this question, a statement can be directed to interim city attorney with regards to Article 1, Section 1.2, when it says the auditor agrees to furnish the city with written progress reports. I know that you're going to make it more specific, that it be addressed not only to the city manager's office, but also to the city commission.
Yes, sir.
Admittedly, it was discussed that I'm not, and I didn't hide that I'm not very good in math, and that's why I'm not working with the school district of Pahokee County. I'm well in essay writing and reading comprehension and mechanical skills, but I flunked math. So can the auditor possibly add, I'm, not real versed with that, but can the auditor also, for the layman's sake, maybe write progress notes if they don't include that? Maybe they use some vernacular that is foreign to me.
Well, so the contract, there are certain audit controls that they do as a part of the audit. They compare based on certain financial principles that they have to use. So what this would do is require you all to say what you want those frequencies to be. So you'd have to actually, state in a commission meeting that, we would like at the next meeting collectively for the auditor to, because it doesn't say any specific time, it just says at such times and with such frequency as the city may reasonably request. So, if every other month you were, and if it was considered reasonable to the auditor, you were collectively saying that we want the auditor to produce some progress reports, then they would be producing it based on something that the trigger would be something you discussed here in the meeting. It wouldn't be each commissioner, contacting the auditor to get reports.
I guess the scope of work and the length of time would definitely dictate how often we will. I would think at least we meet twice a month, at least at one of our commission meetings, if we could get a report of the auditor's findings.
So that's something that the manager can go back to as a part of negotiating the agreement, or he can go back to the auditor and find out whether they can come on a monthly basis, and if that's acceptable, then I'm assuming that if that is acceptable, then you all will authorize the manager to execute the agreement.
I'm sorry.
I know he or she or whomever it is, when they receive many reviews on the group, but I do know that at the end of what they do, they provide an oral report. If we say we want to report every month, and even if they include progress notes or some notes with whatever report they submit, would it be reasonable? Can we see if it would be reasonable if they could come and address the commission, maybe workshop and meeting. I think when we use the word transparency and accountability, the more information we give our people, the less we can attack the fallacious statements and misnomers that may surface.
Exactly.
Well, you typically don't see auditors coming every month, but, contracts are offers and acceptance. And so if this auditor believes that he or she wants this work, then, and you have as a specification of, your offer, that you want this auditor to come to a workshop every month, then that's something that the manager would take back. And if it's accepted, then he would be signing the contract. But we could certainly put the language in here and make sure that the language is included prior to any execution. And so I'm assuming that if you all pass this, you would be passing it with an amendment to what's here to include and incorporate the items that you're talking about right now.
And if every month is unreasonable, what about every other month?
Well, let's stop. Time out. We're talking about audit services. And what happens in an audit is they're not coming to do the financial books for day-to-day operations. They're coming to do your review from the previous year. So they come in and they go through all of the expenditures, all of the payments from the previous year. And as they go through that they don't come here every week. They don't come. Sometimes you don't see them for a month, but we're sending them all of those previous documents from the financial department. So it takes them quite a bit of time to build that final document that they give. So they're not here at the city of Pahokee. They're actually in their offices on site doing a lot of this analyzation of our previous year. So when we say we want a monthly report or a biweekly report, you have to be cautious because this is just auditing of the previous year. They're not auditing what's going on currently. They're looking at your previous year and they're building a story to report it back out to the state. So just be mindful that that's what auditing means of the financial practices of a city. They're not coming in to tell you what's going on now. They're coming to tell you what happened the year before, and that takes a while. So in that, with Nolan and Hope, for example, they came in probably once a month, and they usually come on site because the contract required them to come on site. But most of it is electronically transferred, and if they have to come on site, they do to go through the physical files. We could build that language in there. I don't think HCT would have a problem, providing updates as they go along. I mean, I used to get them directly through the financial department of, where we are with the audit, because I was looking at the time frame, because by state statute, we have to be on a time frame for all our audits. So we always got an update on where they were. But if we want to get more specific on what they're doing on an ongoing basis until the audit is complete, certainly. But they're not going to be giving you any conclusions until the very end.
I feel at this point, with so much that's going on, we really need to, whatever we as a commission request or recommend, whichever word you're wanting to use, we need more transparency. If they have to come here, get on this mic and explain to this city exactly what's going on with this audit, I feel as a commission we need to request it, and we need to have them to be here, not only send papers, but be here and explain. I know it's not normal. It's not normal, but for now, that's what we need to do. To get some of this stuff, some information out to our citizens so that they will understand exactly what's going on with the numbers, what's going on with our city.
I think we should just instruct staff to make that happen.
That's fine with me.
Yes.
There's nothing going on with the city. First of all, we're fiscally fine. But
right.
If we want to add some more activity from the actual auditor to come in and give us updates, that's fine.
But that's even better. That's even better because
we need to get
if everything's fine, that's even better. That's confirmation. So I still request that. I think that the commission needs to make that request that they do. They come out every other month or whatever we all agree on, including give us the paperwork and come in and explain it.
Yeah, okay. They can give it to us every month and then come out and explain it every other month.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
That's fine, man.
Okay, that's fine.
I just want to, reason why I brought up 1.2 Commissioner Bowling brought it up. Initially, that was something that it said about discussing with city manager. I do understand audits are sometimes done satellite, and they also come on site. So, while I, don't know no more than basic math, I do know the processes with auditing to a point. But although it stated city manager, I want us so that we can be informed persons when we're out in the community.
Exactly.
And we're in a very small community. I just want to make sure that we can provide facts and truths to our public. And I do understand that it's not going on in terms of how many paper clips we got, but I do want them to know that we are responsible in our financial billing, and that we can communicate that.
Okay. So, city manager, if you can include that language into the contract, not
Do we
only
need
to
to
have.
amend the motion, though?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, you do.
we need to amend the motion, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to offer a motion that we.
I have one other concerns. I know we have the city manager may be customary to negotiate a contract with the auditors, but I think legal need to be involved in a contract negotiation
Typically they
to
are.
that.
Yeah,
So-
I pass it on to her before it gets to y'all.
We did clean the contract up and everything, and what we can do is I'm hearing what you're wanting, so I'll insert that into the language tomorrow, and I'll shoot that over to the manager, and then he'll send it to the firm, and then see if
Because the resolution says that the city manager didn't include the city attorney, so I just want to make sure that you are both involved in this contract.
Always.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay.
So now it's amended.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we amend, that we accept Resolution 2019-24 with the suggested amendments as outlined in our discussion.
Second.
I'm having a little problem. I don't see 24 at all.
It's on the second page.
Okay.
I did that too.
Yeah, I got you. All right. It has been, in addition to questions, again, this motion has been amended by Commissioner Everett and second by Vice Mayor Mervin to include the language just stated. Call for additional questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passes by a unanimous vote. We don't have any public hearings. We do have two proclamations. A ratification proclamation recognizing the retirement of Chief Josie Cooper. City Attorney, could you read that into our records?
Would you like the entire resolution, the entire proclamation read, Mr. Mayor?
It's been read at a previous census of the ratification. If you can just read the heading of it, would be fine.
Proclamation recognizing the retirement of Chief Joey Cooper.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Commissioner, having had resolution, the proclamation properly read into our minutes, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we accept the ratification of proclamation recognizing the retirement of Chief Joey Cooper.
Second.
It is been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly second by Commissioner Hill for the approval of the ratification of the retirement of Chief Josie Cooper. Call for questions. Hearing or seeing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. And we'll have a second proclamation proclaiming May 29th, 2019, May 2019 as Mental Health Awareness Month. City Attorney.
This is a proclamation claiming May 2019 mental health awareness and trauma-informed care month in the city of Pahokee, Florida.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. City Commissioners haven't had the proclamation properly read into the minutes. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we accept the proclamation proclaiming May 2019 Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month in the city of Pahokee, Florida.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Commissioner Bolden for the approval of the proclamation as read. Call for questions. Hearing and seeing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Hills?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. The proclamation passes by a unanimous vote. We do have. Is anyone here from the organization Mental Health? I'm sorry. We'll get up and access. In this case, yes. In this case, we're going to have the city attorney read the entire proclamation since we have someone from the organization to be presented with it. The mental health.
The mental health.
Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, whereas everyone experiences times of stress and struggles in their lives, and whereas 1 in 4 adults and 1 in 5 youth ages 13 through 18 experience serious mental illness, and whereas 60% of adults and 50% of youth do not receive the treatment necessary for their mental health needs due to limited or no knowledge of the need, barriers to care, or fear and shame, and whereas research recognizes that adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, which include but are not limited to physical and emotional and sexual abuse, physical and emotional neglect, household dysfunction, untreated mental illness, or incarceration of a household member, domestic violence, microaggressions, and separation or divorce involving household members are traumatic experiences that have a profound effect on a child's developing brain and body and can result in poor physical and mental health during childhood and adulthood. And whereas community understanding and available supports and services can greatly impact a person's ability to handle their stress and struggles and move forward. And whereas promoting mental health and wellness leads to higher overall productivity, better educational outcomes, lower crime rates, longer economies, lower health care costs, improved family life, improved quality of life, and increased lifespan. And whereas studies show that the effects of ACEs are felt by people regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. And whereas each business, school, government agency, health care provider, faith-based organization, nonprofit agency, and resident shares accountability for the community's mental health needs and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. And whereas the City Commission of the City of Pahokee recognizes the impact of awareness and education, access to services, and acceptance of the importance of mental health and well-being to a person's overall success, and support the implementation of trauma-informed approaches throughout the systems of care. Now, therefore, the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, hereby proclaims May 2019 as Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month in the City of Pahokee, Florida. Be it further proclaimed by the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, that this proclamation is duly sealed and executed by the members of the City Commission. The foregoing proclamation was sponsored by Healthier Glades and Federation of Families, and upon unanimous consent of the City Commission, this proclamation was duly enacted, done this 14th day of May 2019. Mayor Keith Babb Vice Mayor Claire Mervin, Commissioner Regina Bolin, Commissioner Benny Everett, and Commissioner Felicia Hill.
Thank you. To the commission, if you would join me down so we can present the proclamation.
Okay. Thank you.
Accepting this proclamation is healthier Glades and Federation of Family. On behalf of the Pahokee City Commission, Commissioner Regina Bolden, Vice Mayor Clara Mervin, Commissioner Benny Everett III, Commissioner Felicia Hill, myself as mayor, along with our city manager and our entire city staff. It gives us great pleasure to present this proclamation to you all. We know that mental health is an area that sometimes falls between the cracks. We also know that the organization, your organization, works so closely with those individuals to get them back on the right path and to lead a productive life. So we thank you for all your hard work and whatever you do for this community and those that are affected by mental illness. At this time, we'll have our Commissioner Felicia Hill present the actual proclamation.
She's already read everything, but it's an honor to be able to present this to such a magnificent group of people. We didn't realize the crowd was so big back there until you guys started clapping. I said, I think we probably need to get down and present this one. But from dawn on this 14th day of May 2019, from our Mayor Keith Babb, Vice Mayor Clara, Commissioner Regina Bolden, Commissioner Benny Everett, and myself, we'd like to thank you for all the hard work. And it's also kind of crazy, kind of weird, rather should I say, that mental health awareness need. I'm glad that it's becoming such a, it's getting out there now, because a lot of communities, especially in the Black community, we've ignored some things, and I think now just being able to, not only just the Black community, but just all the communities, just being able to go back and address some of the issues and be able to diagnose and just learn about the mental awareness. I think this is a wonderful opportunity, and I thank you guys here in the city of Pahokee, as well as the staff and our city manager. We thank you.
Our theme is to shine a light on children's mental health. We have a nice green light bulb. Could you place it anywhere you'd like to? Okay. So our theme is shine a light on mental health. So this is something we want everybody to be aware of. We want to reduce stigma. We don't want people to be ashamed of talking about the fact that they need help, and especially our children. Yes. So we want to thank you very much for helping us to shine a light on mental health today. Thank you. Thank you.
Again, on behalf of the Pahokee City Commission, we'd like to present to some and introduce to others our 2018-19 Employee of the Year. This is a prestigious award that we all look forward to presenting on an annual basis. This have been a hard-working individual. He worked for Public Works for 14 and some odd years. Started off a little rocky in the beginning. This guy matured into a great employee, actually a role model for a lot of our own employees. This award was presented at the annual chamber banquet this week, and we'll just like the public to acknowledge him and know who he is. I will let the Vice Mayor, Claire Mervin, actually bring him up and officially introduce him. And before we do that, I'm going to let Mr. Williamson just give a brief background on this particular individual.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, you sort of said everything. He joined the city of Pahokee about 13 and a half years ago, and right out of high school, I believe. And I had an opportunity to sort of review his history here in the city of Pahokee, and you're right. It was a little rough when he first got here, and that's a lot about maturity and growing into the responsibilities of employment. But we had those conversations one-on-one about how to increase his capacity for growth here in the city of Pahokee in Public Works. And he went sort of quiet for a while after that conversation, but what happened during that time over this last 11 months, he slowly built his rapport with his direct supervisor, Mr. Johnson. There are some things that we needed to address as far as professionalism, and he just hit all the marks over the last 11 months. He's a hard worker. You see him often out, on the streetscapes, on the equipment, maintaining this city. He's out there before most other people are out of bed. And so his responsibility, his nature of who he is and how he carries himself is a stark contrast to where he was 13 years ago. So that's a credit to who he is today. And I hope that how he represents himself goes into that department in other areas, because you have some younger guys there that are sort of growing into where he is today. And so he's a great role model in that department. And so this year, for 2018-2019, he's our Employee of the Year.
And the drum roll, Vice Mayor.
And so now we will present and we will ask Mr. Coney to please come up.
Congratulations. His plaque is not ready at this time, but we're making sure it's a lovely, beautiful plaque that he'll be receiving at a later date. And now at this time, we'll let our Commissioner Benny Everett III actually present the money. This man know how to eat, so I know he's going to encourage you to eat local, spend some of this money in a local capacity.
All right, again, much has been said regarding your accomplishment, and it's just an honor to present this to you, and we wish you much success in the future. Here you go. And support local.
Would you like to say a few words?
Thank y'all very much.
Sweet and short.
Legacy, Mayor, presentation. Legacy is the next one.
Okay. Next up, we'll have the legacy presentation.
We have the plaque or proclamation.
No, there are real estate organizations.
Okay. I have the city manager go ahead and introduce them and have them come up.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Legacy Properties. This is a firm that wants to provide some information to the City Commission on possible future exploration on what we want to do with the old hospital here. And so they had an opportunity to engage the city for several weeks on some potential plans or a vision for the old hospital. And we just feel that we're open to ideas and suggestions on how to move forward with the old hospital. So it's an opportunity for another organization to come forward and offer their solutions to this commission. I did let them know that this is not a commission meeting where there'll be a vote on after their presentation, but we'll digest what they present here and go back and look at options for the city of Pahokee. So at this time, Legacy Properties, please come forward.
Emil Rodriguez Jr., 817 East 7th Street, Pahokee, Florida. I'm the registered broker and co-owner of Legacy Properties. I'd like to pass it over to Rocky Barrero, who's the other co-owner. We got 3 numbers here, so I'm assuming we get 3 minutes.
You get more of what you're doing.
You're doing the presentation.
Yeah.
My name is Rocky Barreto. I was here invited by Kini Rodriguez. I'm one of his partners. I live in Broward County, and I'm just kind of here to support him. And the project that we're going to propose was put together by him based on some research of what your town is doing and would like to do. And our other team members, Perla.
Good afternoon. My name is Perla. I'm a real estate agent with Legacy Properties, and we're here to present our proposal.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I first was brought in just to help Junior, we call him Junior, kind of see what we could do with the project. The hospital had already been taken under contract to become an assisted living facility. I did some homework. My background is in healthcare, and I met Junior about 10 years ago. I don't have much time, so I can just tell you this. He changed my life. I was a manager in a company. He came in. I worked in substance abuse and mental health. And I come from a family of community activists, and I was changed in my life. I came here about 14 years ago to Florida. I met him very early. He taught me about amortization of loans, finances. He has a great background in finances, and he helped me get in a position to help others who suffer from similar issues that I had. That was over a decade ago. And I was able to open up a transitional living facility, take people off the streets, and help a lot of the people that other people don't get. They don't get services. So I see you at a treatment center, did some other projects. And we joined again in a real estate project to help people become homeowners. That being said, when we looked at the hospital under contract, we came up with some ideas that might, I wanted to say first, I did a lot of research. I'm a researcher, and Pahokee is an amazing town. It's just a lot of heart. I talked to Regina, and I got some history of this town, whether it's the history of NFL players that come from here, children that are making huge impacts in the lives of the community members and themselves, or a robotics program that NASA has endorsed with on academic levels. I think this town has all the answers it needs and the right people in place. So this project would be just to propose to help the building revitalize itself and make a space both for you guys to do exactly what you want to do in the future to help the town further. That being said, how much time do I have? A minute? Good. Okay. When I reviewed some of the information that Junior brought to me, we made a proposal for the actual building itself first, which would be, this would be probably a very long-term project that Legacy Properties would not lead. We would do a partnership with the City Council if they wanted to see what services we wanted to bring to the table. I looked at the town in its entirety and saw, every single town needs help. This town has so many special different opportunities based upon you guys have the second largest, I think, fresh body of water in the country, and it's probably going to be developed and used for tourism or whatever the case may be. My concern is more the residents of Pahokee and the people here first, other than making restaurants and things like that, although all that stuff is amazing. So when I looked at it from the perspective of a social service entrepreneur, That hospital is 70,000 square feet or something close to that. It's such a huge space that it could be used as a collaborative effort to bring in different organizations, either non-for-profit or for-profit, selected by the city to give services, anything. And when we talked, and I got feedback from Junior, some of the things that seem to be very, very important are honoring the hospital that existed prior. Medical services for the community, maybe a 15% commemorative medical services, anything from dental to pediatric services to GYN, any services that everybody has to go to Belgrace for that can be brought in here. That would put money into the town. That would also put services. So I looked at it as a collaborative effort to how do we help people as well as generate funds to help the town as well. The other things are leadership programs for the youth that are already here, that are already going to the NFL or other kids, and family services for anything from what I just saw, which was amazing, like mental health services. Anything that a person needs help, case managers. That building is so large that I'm sure the town could select the right organizations. If we were to get the contract to take over the hospital, my first thing would be to how do we keep everything in-house? Because I don't think Pahokee needs an outside rescuer. I mean, Junior was born in that hospital. And now we have so many people that are already putting back into the community at such a big level. I think we would just make the space something that they could select the right team members, the right companies, the right organizations, leverage federal money to influx into the town, and make a long-term project that sustains the building. The options, sure. The different options were I think we had a $200,000 contract that fell through with the last company, so we kind of followed a model based upon that number. So the first thing is just a cash offer, and option one would be to give the town $150,000 and us be in the ownership of the building and still do that project the way you guys wanted to do it and leverage the building. At that point, we would just be responsible for cleaning it up quickly and getting the actual building up to par so that people could use it and leverage it. Option two, and if anybody has questions on option one, it would be $100,000 or $150,000 cash. It would be one operation. Option two is something different. Actually, I can go over that. There would be no partnership and no payment penalty, which means we just $150,000 and we start to revitalize the building and give it back to the town. Option two would be what the former contract was, which is $200,000 owner financing so that we could have some time, because I still think federal money can make this building a larger thing for the town. And Junior's the one who financed, he just knows a lot more about me. My background is very different. 1.9% interest would be the small business administration rates. 5-year balloon, which means the whole entire $200,000 is due within 5 years, under a 4-year amortized loan, and 1-year deferment, which means we would want to move quickly. But I think what we believe is very important is to get the actual building cleaned up. On a side note, I don't think anybody in the project of this hospital should be employed from the outside if we can give those jobs to people locally. So if there was $50,000 or $80,000 brought into the community just for cleanup, why would that not go to local residents? I think if there were case management services brought in, if there were doctors brought in on the hospital side, any job that was local, that we would see who's qualified locally and give them the positions and first right refusal on anything through this hospital. Keep everything local is what makes most sense. Option three is an option we did because we really, to be right up front with you, want to work in a partnership capacity. I work in more in the back scenes with the organization, but it would be a $135,000 loan where we would go in partnership together. 10% of the actual building would go back to Pahokee and belong to Pahokee, the city, which means that you guys would get 10% of the actual space. So that means you would have City Hall built to spec as you wanted, and Junior can put together the right people, which means probably about, I think it's 6,000 square feet of space that belongs to the city under a 99-year lease that's renewable, and no matter what happens, it belongs to the city always. In a partnership, the 10% would also give you guys income off of the rented space in the actual building, which then gives both equity, partnership, we can leverage federal money to bring into the town, as well as income for the actual city. So it would basically leave everything for the city in a partnership with us, where Junior would lead, who's actually, he knows much more of the finance side. He would lead working with you guys exactly what you wanted the building to be used for. I think that's a general overview of the three different options that make sense to us. If you guys want to open the floor for questions, or did I miss anything?
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the City Commission?
I get that was a lot of information.
Yes, but we look forward to working with you all and hoping we can get this project up and running and make something happen at the hospital.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Now, we will continue to engage this firm to get some additional information. I know that we've been very careful in the past about what we want to do here. So this is, again, a presentation.
Right.
We want to give them an opportunity to come in and provide you some initial information. But we'll be, digesting this just, more intently to see exactly where, it's beneficial for the city of Pahokee to come back with any type of more firm decisions from this commission. So it'll be a fact-finding mission for the city of Pahokee, city attorney, to kind of look at what the options are and if this is a good fit for the city of Pahokee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now moving to the mayor's report. Hopefully I'll be pretty brief. I want to thank everybody for your thoughts and prayers. As most of y'all may have heard, I sustained a substantial injury to my jawbone. It was fractured in 3 different places, and I'm continuing to be on a liquid-only diet, and went to the chamber annual awards banquet, and they had steak and chicken, and I could only look, so I didn't enjoy that, but I enjoyed the banquet as a whole. It's healing, but my mouth is not in alignment, so I'm going to have some surgery, and they're planning on re-breaking my jawbones and putting it back in place and then wiring it up. So I'll probably be on a continual liquid diet for probably a month or 2 after that surgery is completed. There's a saying, we have not because we ask not. This commission, along with our city manager, have worked really hard to improve our infrastructure in this city, because we know that's the foundation of attracting businesses. And we, as a community, sometimes complain, rightfully so, that we don't have businesses here. Beginning of next week, myself and the city manager, and this for transparency, is taking a trip to Las Vegas, which have come under some criticism from some folks. But we're going to ask. This is one of the largest retailers in the United States. Hotels, restaurants, everyone is there at the table. And we have an impressive presentation to portray Pahokee in a very, very positive image. We have some latest promotional videos that we'll be showing. We have a lot of information on Pahokee and the opportunities that lies in this community. It's almost like going to the stock market and buying low and increasing your investment. So that's one of the things we're going to be doing, is selling our city and asking these retailers to consider locating here. You complain we don't have a Burger King or a McDonald's, a Walmart, a hotel. We're going to be actually talking to a lot of those folks. And they may say no. If you all are familiar with Colonel Sanders, he retired at age 65 on a Social Security check, and he found that this wasn't enough for him. And he went out to solicit folks to invest in his business, which was KFC. And he was told 3,000 times no. So we're going to meet some obstacles, but that would not deter us for continuing to knock on some doors, no matter what we do here in Pahokee. Very few companies going to come here on their own. So it's our responsibility as a commission, as a city, to go and knock on some doors and try to attract those individuals here. I don't know if most of y'all know the city commission haven't received a raise or a pay increase in over 30 years. In over 30 years, our per diem for food and travel per diem is $29 a day. I don't party. I don't drink. I'm not going up there on a vacation. When you leave home and get on a plane, you're basically risking your life. You're leaving your family behind to go and do the work of the city. So I don't understand people complaining about that, but people have a right to do that. I'm just giving you a little background of why we're making that particular trip and is invested in our community. Another complaint has been the youth football field. There is concerns about the hardness of the turf. I don't know if any of y'all had an opportunity to go out there, but it's like carpet, soft, plush carpet. I played football when I was in high school and growing up, and that field is much softer than regular grass, turf. But not only that, it's an investment in our children. It's an investment in their future. Someone questioned the need to borrow the money. It's a certain type project that was planned and thought out that this would be one of the investments that we would make, and that's what we're doing. So I think it's a plus for this community. Someone earlier mentioned about the NFL players that we have. It fuels that dream of those young children. It gives them an opportunity to be off the street and have some type of activity they can take part in. And not only for the children, for the adult entertainment, the younger adult can utilize that field. And then watch their child or their kids play out there and have a great time. So that's one of the reasons for that. I'd like to also mention that the City of Pahokee hosted the Glades Relay for Life. Mr. Herbert Crawford in here. He was the chair of that event. I think that was a great event. I was honored to at least attend that. I think the event went very well. I hope that in the future, when we do host an event within the City of Pahokee, instead of complaining that we all come out and just take part in it. That was an event to raise awareness for cancer and cancer research. And we have so many individuals in the City of Pahokee that have experienced cancer, or know someone who have died of cancer, or still dealing with that particular ailment or disease. So we just want to make sure that these activities that are provided for the community, that we all take part in it. The Chamber of Commerce had its banquet this week. It should have been a lot more people there. Our Citizen Employee of the Year received an award there. Our Citizen of the Year, our Pioneer Family, our Farm Agriculture Business of the Year. So many wonderful awards. There are a lot going on in Pahokee. We just have to take advantage of it and all work together. And lastly, I would just like to say this community, as much as I hate to say it, is slowly, continually to be divided. And we got to find a way to come back together. It don't mean that we have to like each other, but we should always respect each other and work with each other. We all proclaim that we love Pahokee, but we got to show it in our heart, and not just private, segregated interest group. We're in this together, And that don't mean you can't criticize government. That's part of the territory. We understand that. But we got to work together as individuals. You know, I'm not going to sit up here and say the criticism on Facebook because I can't control Facebook, and I don't even worry about that part anymore. But part of my responsibility as the mayor is to hope and encourage our community to work as one. I also would like to say that there have been some controversy, and I'm glad that so many of our residents have taken the time out to take part in our city commission meeting. It's important to receive and have your input. And I think this commission listened. You know, you may don't see the end result, the action of your concerns, but we do listen. Not to bring up any controversy, I'll be remiss if I didn't at least mention this. I know you all have looked at the news coverage of the city of Pahokee. We had an incident where I, as mayor, initiated a inspector general investigation. That just didn't occur. That happened about a year ago, and they have just finished the investigation of that. The IG made 3 recommendations to the city as a commission. We have looked at those. We're going to agree to all 3 of those, and we're going to be implementing those so these type of concerns don't come up in the future. And I'll just encourage our city manager, when there are some disagreements, and we had one that we had a difference of opinion. Vacation days were being extended to employees that I thought was excessive. Bonus was given to employees that I wasn't, or the commission wasn't aware of the amount, and didn't get prior approval. When you have a controversy or a difference of opinion, that's why we have a city attorney to refer to say, you know, the mayor and the city manager or the commission have a different interpretation of our ordinance. Could you interpret this for us, or let us know which side is right? But again, in the Attorney General review, it indicated that there were some inappropriate extension of vacation days and bonuses. So that's going to be addressed. We're not sweeping it under the rug. I don't want to add to any additional controversy. The only reason I'm bringing it out, because I don't want you to think that it's something that we're not addressing and we're not aware of. We are, and there need to be some continuous changes made. I think that this commission has been pretty transparent, but there are some areas where we can even do better in that. And I would still encourage city manager that things that this commission acts, we need to have it. We need to have it in a timely manner. And I'm going to put it on the table. One of those things are that haven't been given to us is the breakdown, the itemized breakdown of the various major projects that have been occurring in the city. That's no excuse for that. We need to have that. It's public record. That needs to be shared. It lessens the thought of something that's being hidden. Monthly financial report, both verbal and written, that haven't been occurring. That must occur. So we're going to be having a commission retreat, and things that we feel need to be corrected will be in writing, will be put forth to the city manager, and we will expect some major improvement in those areas. You know, I say the good before I say the bad, but this individual again has some concerns that I feel But on the same side, he has done a great job in helping move the city forward. There are some improvement that's there. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, if you look and open your eyes, you will see that Pahokee has been a lot better than it has ever been in recent years. The football field, the Commissioner Park, a beautiful park that has been renovated, the $1.2 million at the marina, the agreement with the investment group to move forward, to have the agreement on the governor's desk that would move the city even forward. The improvement at Glade Citizen Villa, $635,000 improvement there, the pavement of the streets out there, the upcoming improvement of Barfield Highway, the improvement on East Main in front of the school. There's a lot of improvement. Okay. Ms. Bruce, you're out of order, ma'am. I'm speaking, you're out of order, okay? So a lot have happened, and a lot will continue to happen. Our role is to move this city as forward as we can. And again, the biggest concern is bringing in businesses, bringing in jobs, and bringing in housing for our community. And I think if you ask or survey any of our commission, that's probably going to be their top three priorities. If we can do that, and I know there's a lot of comparison with the city of Belgrade. Again, I'm not making any excuses for Pahokee. Belgrade have the land. They also have the numbers and the traffic that come through there. But that don't stop us from continuing to knock on doors and setting the atmosphere for businesses to want to come here. Because if a business come here, they're going to have to hire folks to assist in running their business. And now people have jobs that they can afford the housing that we're planning on building in Pahokee. So we're going to continue working. We're not going to keep anything under the rug, undercover. This is a sunshine law. We're out in the public. We're going to make our business transparent to let you know what's going on. But there's some work to be done. It's nothing all roses. Believe me, if it were, would have never got to IG involved in any of our business. But it's part of my job, part of this commission job, to make sure what we do, we're doing it right and we're doing it in a proper manner. That would be the conclusion of my city mayor's report. Now I move to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, citizens. Thanks for coming out tonight. See, we start with some really great news tonight. As I said earlier tonight, we are getting a new bus here at Parks and Recreation. That's a transportation bus. And that bus is being awarded to the city through a grant. And so that means that we do not have to expend any city dollars except about $10,000 for the ADA or wheelchair accessibility for that bus. So that's great for the city of Pahokee. Certainly wonderful for our Department of Community and Economic Development, who continues to assist in bringing those grant dollars here in the city of Pahokee. That's certainly something that we look forward to, that we can utilize for our seniors, youth activities here at Parks and Recreation. Football field, field turf did their punch out on the football field. That means they're done with the football field itself. There are some additional things that we have to do, put up the new fencing. We'll be talking about that momentarily. And of course, we're partnering hopefully with the NFL Foundation with the seating, and another private foundation will be assisting in that effort. So we're not quite done, with the new Parks and Recreational football field. It will be utilized going into the summer program. Our summer enrichment program starts in June, so the field is ready for activity, but we want to ensure that we have all of the amenities completed over the next several months, and it will take a couple more months to get those additional things completed. But we will be utilizing the field throughout the summer months with our summer enrichment program and some extra curricular activities that may come about throughout the summer months and into the fall as well. So you're correct. The football field, it's new. It is safe. I've seen some of those quotes out there. This football field is one of the best in the nation. One thing that field turf representatives did say in the punch out was that this particular field that they did here was one of their best ones they've laid based on just the foundation of the football field prior to their construction. But it's a very safe football field. It's very it's long endurance for our city. It highlights this corridor of the city of Pahokee. And once all the other amenities are finished and we go and do a complete repaint of all of these facilities, it will really bring out this area of the city as something to be proud about. And hopefully we can all indulge in it, because it's not just for one side of the city, it's for everybody, for all types of activities and programs that we can have on it. It's limited on what you can do because it's not grass, but it gives you a different perspective on what you can do with the scenery that's going to be around it. So we're excited about that. Last week, we had one of the final walkthroughs with the gymnasium. We've been talking about this for quite some time. The county was back out again with their architects and engineers, and they're just firming up the last drawings or architectural plans to finalize the actual budget. Mayor Babb, you was there with us as well for the walkthrough. Commissioner Everett, you was there as well. And so we tried to get a timeline exactly when the renovations will start, and they weren't ready to provide that. He did confirm that once the renovations start, it would take probably most of the remainder of this year. So we're probably looking at the latter parts of November, maybe into December before it's finished. I'm just excited just to see it get started, because it's been such a long conversation and partnership that we've created with the Palm Beach County, and we're very grateful for them providing the funds for the renovation. So with the gymnasium renovation, the football field renovation, you really have a very nice sports complex here for recreational and educational opportunities for youth, for seniors, for visitors. It's just going to be a really neat campus that we design here in the future in the next several months. So we're excited about that. Again, that is not money that we are, have to expend. It's actually money that Palm Beach County is providing here to the city of Pahokee to renovate that gymnasium. They've already put in about $1.3 million into the AC system over there. So this is an additional funding to that. And so we're just excited to see that project start. But again, we don't have a start date, but we know it's going to take anywhere from 4 to 6 months for completion. And once it's done, you'll be very excited about, this sports complex here. That gymnasium's been closed for 12 years or more. And we finally have been able to partner with someone who's willing to provide us the funds to get it back open again. So we're excited about that. As I mentioned, the Summer Enrichment Program, Mayor, Commission, Community will start in June. This is a program that is of minimal cost to parents. We have a lot of summer programs that occur in Pahokee. Something I noticed a couple of years ago, we really split this community up when we go into our summer programs. And that's fine, because we have some really great summer programs across the board here in the city of Pahokee. But I just want to remind everyone that we have a summer program here at Parks and Recreation at minimal cost. And so if your kids have not signed up for a summer program yet, and they're looking for a place to go, if parents are looking for a place for their kids this summer, where you have the sports, you have the field trips, you have the educational component, we have some great staff here for a summer program as well. So please take that into account if you have not signed your kids up for a summer program as of yet. Mayor, today we finished, we opened up 2 bids, one for Phase 2 renovations. The other was for the fencing here at the football field. We do not have that paperwork prepared for its contract is concerned for approval because it was just open today. However, I'd like to get a motion for those two contracts to get completed over the next week or so with me and the city attorney with these two selected vendors, because I don't know if we're going to have another meeting this month, but those vendors need to get started with those renovations at the marina and certainly here at the football field. So I'm going to ask for a motion to accept those two bids and move forward with some contract negotiations so we can come up with an agreement at the next commission meeting. But that'll get us moving with the selected vendors so we can get this project started sooner than later.
You asking for a motion at this time?
Yes.
Could you repeat what you're requesting there?
We have projects that have been selected through bid. I don't know if we're going to have another meeting at the end of this month, but we have to go into negotiations of developing a contract with this contracting. And so that allows us to move forward with this particular contractor in the interim until before the next meeting comes about, because we don't have any information in front of us. So I'm asking for a motion to accept one, Slayton Construction as the contractor for the Phase 2 renovations, and Climate Control for the renovations here, or installing the fence here at the football field. Well, those were the two bidders that received those projects as of today. So your motion is what I'm requesting is to move forward with developing the agreement so we can bring back to this commission for approval.
I'm confused. Are you asking us to vote on something we?
No, we've selected the contractors. I'm just asking for a motion to move forward to accept those selected contractors who bidded on the projects so we can start building a contract to bring back for approval for execution.
If I may, Mr. Mayor. This was brought to me before the meeting today, and I think what the manager is asking, he's concerned about time and timing and wanting to move forward on a project because I think there are some deadlines that he explained to me. And so my preference obviously would be to be able to vet it and do the agreement. You all see the agreement and you approve it that way. But based on what he said to me, he has some deadlines. And so I told him, I said, I don't think it's a good idea, and I don't mind sharing this with you all publicly. I said, I don't think it's a good idea for you to have them let you approve a contract that they haven't seen. So what he's wanting to do is to at least have you, I guess, approve the folks that the selection committee has determined are the best, and most appropriate bidders. And so perhaps he can start there with telling you maybe why, and then going from there. And then if you allow us to, we'll bring back a contract at the next meeting, which I guess we could do anyway, right? Yeah. So, right. So I don't know if you're necessarily being asked to approve an agreement right now because you haven't seen it. But I think he is saying that there's some time limits and some time issues, and he wants to be able to start negotiations, assuming you all approve the folks that the selection committee has selected as the most reasonable and responsible bidders.
Question.
Well, a motion hasn't been offered. I guess we're opening the floor for discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let's.
We're just accepting the selected contractor so we can start building a contract so we can get them to work. We're not doing a contract tonight. We're not asking for a contract agreement. We don't have a contract. We're asking to accept the winning bidder. That's it. We do this all the time for our contracts. All the time. We're just asking you to accept the winning bidder so we can go and do a contract and bring it back for approval so we can get to work. That's it.
Well, I guess one of the, I guess I'm going to, admit level of confusion because it was asked to approve before seeing.
No.
Let me finish.
We're asking approval for the winning bidder.
Mr. Mayor, at least that was my understanding.
Oh, okay.
What I perceived. Not saying that's what you're saying. I'm just saying what I perceived and understood. That there was a request for an approval before received due to time restraints or deadlines. Admittedly, I didn't. When it was discussed in our previous meeting, it was not presented that we had any time, constraints or issues with regards to installation of fencing. Another thing I want to say, I'm all for the project. I'm all for installing, securing the field, and all of that. But there's a practice, and even the mayor just alluded to a practice that we want to try to get out of as quick as possible. Is that we have time, and that's one of the things that I've discussed, because there are some areas there are some things that may be presented across the dais that I may not have no more than a layman's knowledge about it. I want to be able to give make a well-informed decision. And when things are kind of presented in a time frame that does not give us enough time for discussion, it kind of clouds the decision-making process. Now that you explained that you want us to approve or give, I guess, can you make it more plainer? Do you want us to approve you selecting the winning bidder? That's what you're asking, and then bring back at the next meeting a contract for our approval. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
And there won't be any work started until we approve a contract.
Unless you wanted to, but I wouldn't recommend it. I'm just asking you to approve the winning bidder only, so we can go and negotiate contracts, so we can bring the contract back for approval to give a notice to proceed. Then after notice to proceed, that selected contractor then goes to work.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
I guess my question.
Can I
go ahead.
And then my other question to follow was something that the city attorney mentioned about a selection committee.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the selection committee?
You received one bid for this project. No one else bidded on it for the marina project.
No. So, when you're saying selection committee?
Yeah, that went into the Department of Community Economic Development.
You're saying in terms of the marina project, so we don't have a selection committee?
No, not for that project.
Fencing.
No, we just opened the bids up at a certain time prescribed by the advertisement.
Was enough time given for individuals to bid?
Yeah.
What was the window?
What was the
window?
We had about a 10-day process on the first bid, from announcement to pre-bid meeting to answering all the questions to submission. Same thing with the fencing as well. By the way, the fencing is not on a timeline. It's just, I was speaking about the marina, which does have a June 30th timeline date, which will probably be extended, and that's a state grant. The fencing is just infrastructure dollars. There's no timeline there, but I just added it in there because it would be great to get that project started as well. So there's no timeline on the fencing. Again, we're just asking for approval for the selection of the bidders so we can develop the contract to bring back to you for approval. Once that approval is given, we give the notice to proceed. They can go to work. This is the normal process once a bidder is selected.
I think that we need to really follow procedure and have all of that information in front of us before we make those decisions. I don't like to make any kind of decision where I'm taking somebody's word for it because I haven't seen any paperwork on it.
Well, typically what you'll receive, Commissioner, is the winning bidder
doesn't
on
matter.
the agenda.
If you had time to open it up and you had time to say that, then I think you had time probably to make some copies and put it in front of us. And as much as I don't like last-minute stuff, I don't really want this kind of thing to go on. I don't want, if we don't have a timeline on the fence, then there's absolutely, in my mind, no reason for us to move out of our procedures and put that fence in. And I understand you're just trying to get things moving. But I'm not for moving things along when they're not being done correctly.
Again, there's no work being done. This is just accepting the winning bidder.
It's still.
If you want to wait 2 weeks,
We could hold a special meeting if it's that much concern.
Approval of what you're going to probably easily approve tonight just to do negotiations. That's not a problem, but just be mindful. If you don't, you will push that project back. Again, we're just looking for approval for the winning bidder. That's it. And once that's approved, me and the city attorney will go draw up the proper contract for that bidder, bring it back for approval. Then we give a notice to proceed. Then that vendor starts.
Okay. We have a request from the city manager. If this request is not motion and second, then we're going to cut off the discussion because it's really, at this point, would be a waste of time. But if any commission want to move this forward with a motion and a second, we will continue. If not, we'll just ask the city manager at our next commission meeting to give us something in writing outlining his request, stating the contractor that he's hoping to negotiate a contract with. I think right now, if I probably survey the commission, unless you've been listening really attentively, somebody probably won't be able to even state the contract that he's requesting to negotiate with. But if it's in black and white, at least you can see it in the full view of your eyesight, who he's requesting negotiating with. Again, he's asking that we approve the bidder, which was only one contractor that bidded on the project, so he can negotiate a contract which then would have to be approved by the city commission. But I definitely understand our concern where we don't want to see anything verbal. We'd like to see it in black and white, so we have a little background on it. Some of the things he just stated, you know, this is only a bidder, this is the name, permission to move forward with a negotiated contract. But that's up to the commission whether we move forward tonight or have them bring that back at our next meeting. Again, if there's no motion or second, this would die, this request would die for lack of a motion and a second, and he'll be required to bring it back at our next commission meeting.
And with regards to the marina, what project specifically do we need to complete? And you're saying we're hoping to get an extension beyond June 30th, but what is the specific project on the marina that is timed, that has a deadline?
Commissioner Everett, this is phase 2 grant awarded money, $990 from 2018. We approved this grant receiving of this money several months ago that outlined all of those projects. It's the phase 2 renovations for the marina. It's additional improvements to restrooms. It's running the new sewer line. It's finishing up the repair of the gas. It's landscaping. It's fixing the electrical on the docks. It's improvement embankment of a parking lot. There's probably about a list of 10, I think, but we've already approved this grant from almost, I think, about 7 months ago. And so this is just a state-funded grant. Projects already outlined for the marina, and it's time to get it started. We are on a timeline to June 30th. I did submit an extension. Typically what the state does around June, as their fiscal year ends, they review projects and where they are. And if they see a project around the state that they funded that won't hit the June 30th mark, they issue an extension. That will most likely happen on this project as well, as they've already indicated to me. because it typically happens that projects don't start on time and they have to issue 45 to 60-day extensions. And we feel we can, finish this project hopefully in the next 60 days. It's a lot of small projects that equals up to $990,000. But this is a state-funded grant that we need to get started.
I would feel more comfortable if we just had him to bring everything back in writing, just so we can start somewhere with the doing things, in that order, in certain order, and then I just would feel comfortable if we did it. I'm sure if he bring that back, everything else can kind of speed up. He can include the bidders with the other information as well, so it can kind of go. But I think we need to start it this way with getting it in writing and presented in front of us, so that we'll be able to refer back to something. I'm just one commissioner, but that's just my take on it.
Again, unless we get a motion in a second, there's nothing to vote on at this time. It was just a request. The sentiment would be to bring the request back in writing so we can officially have time to look over it and properly vote on it.
And, maybe, do the calls. Sometimes we have to, do special call meetings. Mm-hmm. And, we can also make arrangements for that so that we can expedite the decision-making process.
Okay. So the request of the city manager this time would not be accepted until we get something brought back in writing. In additional report, city manager.
Mayor Commission, we have Movies in the Park on May 24th, I believe. It's the first time that the city is providing Movies in the Park. It's an opportunity for your families to come out, bring your kids out to Commissioner's Park, lovely park that we just renovated, and it provides an outlet, after work and after school to allow us to kind of, as one resident said earlier, to come together and have some fun for a change. And so a lot of cities do Movies in the Park, and we're trying to enthuse that here in the city of Pahokee. We're hoping to bring out some food trucks as well, along with Movies in the Park, and we just want to bring a really great family atmosphere here to the city of Pahokee in Commissioner's Park. And we hope that this continues, maybe not monthly, but bi-monthly, but we'll see how it goes on the first turn at this. But we think it's a really neat idea here in the city of Pahokee to do Movies in the Park. And so we're working with some vendors now to ensure that they're there. But I offer to the community that Movies in the Park will be on May 24th. Come out, bring your kids, bring your whole family, and enjoy yourself for a couple of hours there at Commissioner's Park. Hopefully, we'll have everything completed with the splash pad. We're doing some additional work internally with the pumps and et cetera, but we hopefully will have that on for summer as well. So Movies in the Park, that would be something I would recommend that everyone come out and participate in at least once to see how well it can go and what we can create here in the city of Pahokee.
It's being chosen by Ellen at the library.
Right. We have to be very careful about what movies to select, so it's being selected by the library system. Yeah. So, and then we have to go through a certain release for that as well, because we just can't show movies on a big screen, in a public area. We have to go through certain types of permits or permission before we do that. So it'll be a family-oriented movie, I assure you.
Yeah. We have some advertisement. I don't know if it got to the public, but it's indicated the Avengers. So I'm not sure if that's the movie or that's something else going to be happening. But you do need to bring your lawn chairs. Yes, there will be food trucks, at least one, and you can bring your own food, but not like the movie where you're returning your bike because you brought in food. So enjoy the family atmosphere.
One last thing, we've been able to work with the county on the pass-through water bill. We know that's been a big issue. We were able to talk with the county utilities, and we got an agreement on the repayment for the next 24 months. First payment is due May 22nd, It'll be averaging about $5,600 in repayment of those back water bills. We're going to need a resolution for that. We'll bring that back at the next commission meeting as well. With the first payment is due May 22nd, which is next week. So I would like to have a motion to pay the first bill until we bring back a resolution. The county didn't offer us an agreement. We can come up with our own agreement. They've already put it in their system that we'll be paying the $5,600 back a month. But it'll be next 24 months, and in 24 months that water bill will be taken care of and alleviated from our arrears here in the city of Pahokee. What we were able to do was ask the county to subtract what we typically get in revenue on utilities to the city. We were asking them to subtract that from our annual revenue check that we're getting on a monthly basis, and that would suffice. Meaning we really sort of won't be paying the bill, but we will, because they'll be taking it away from our revenue that's coming in. And so we thought that was the best way to do it right now. We can come up with a lump sum maybe at the end of the year and pay, a significant portion off. But right now, that's what's been offered, and it'll be for 24 months.
Is that our surtax money?
No, that's not surtax money. That's revenue checks that we get every month through our utilities, water, etc. Instead of, for example, if we get a revenue check in utilities for $98,000 on a monthly basis, instead of getting $98,000, $5,600 or so dollars will go back to the arrears of that back water bill. That doesn't include our normal monthly bill that we're paying already. Mm-hmm. But this creates, the avenue to get the bill paid off in 24 months. They did want 12 months. I thought that was a little aggressive because that monthly premium was a little high for us. So I went back and they gave us 24 months to alleviate the water bill. So that water bill now is going to be taken care of each month. And so whoever's going to be able to have the opportunity to manage the marina, that will not be their responsibility moving forward. So that kind of clears the path for the management group to come on board without any other extenuating commitments financially.
Okay. Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah. At our previous meeting, we did indicate and ask the city manager work out an agreement with the county to pay their realty for our water bill. He have came up with an agreement where they'll be taking out approximately $5,600 a month for the next 24 months of proceeds that would be due to the city. So he's asking for approval of that agreement, that negotiated agreement.
I make a motion, we instruct staff to get that done.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly second by Commissioner Everett that we approve the agreement that has been worked out with the city manager and the county to pay the realty water bill. Call for question.
One question. City manager, say we're going to, we have a 24-month agreement at approximately $5,600.
Something in that area. I don't know specifically.
But near the end of this year, we're going to also think about paying the remaining balance.
No, if we have some remaining funds from this fiscal year at September 30th, that we can do sort of like a balloon payment to kind of get us further along in the payment process in the cycle, we'll do that. We'll recommend that during budget conferencing.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Have a motion and a second on the floor. In addition to questions, hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Mayor Daniel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed unanimous.
That's it, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any quick questions for the city manager as a wrap-up?
I do have a question with regards to debris removal of the old hospital. I see you. Is that a contract that we have with Waste Management that we're going to be entering?
No, we already are contracted with Waste Management for services to the public. What they're going to provide is a roll-off. We sort of changed that agreement late today. They're going to provide a roll-off. We have a clam truck, and so we're going to get the roll-off there and put the debris into the roll-off, and then they'll come back and pick it up.
One of the things I do want to say, and it's not showing any preferential treatment to the adjacent building wherein I happen to work, but one of the concerns that I have was when we were in negotiations with a possible investor concerning that building, the issue of asbestos came up. And one of the concerns that I have, being that we have vulnerable citizens adjacent to that location in terms of the nursing home where Mrs. Bolin also is a board member, and also just in the surrounding community, is waste management. I don't want to insult your intelligence nor waste management intelligence, but no one has taken the same procedure that has been taken with Paget Island in terms of them renovating those apartment buildings that have been up for renovation, in terms of gating it off and removing that debris with some, with the techniques that they use when you're removing asbestos. So I guess that's one of my major concerns. And how soon are they looking to commence work?
Well, we're going to use our clam truck to get it into the roll-off, the dumpster. So as soon as waste management can deliver that roll-off between the next 24 to 48 hours, the debris will be removed and put into the dumpster, and then they'll come back and remove the entire dumpster on site. Okay. So hopefully in the next 24, 48 hours, that roll-off will be here.
Are they aware of the asbestos, the concerns with that being in the building?
Yes, we've actually have Department of Health coming out to do a review of what exactly is out there on the ground. And so I think they'll be probably here tomorrow or the day after.
Because during the process of removal and cleaning out that building, from just observations, it wasn't properly zoned off. Special clothing was not used, and I think moving forward, just to protect the people in the surrounding community, the people that will be working in that building, just hopeful that once the inspection or what have you has taken place, that those security measures will be used.
Yeah, we don't have to go back and board this building back up until whatever organization or firm decides to take over, whatever agreement we agree upon for whoever's going to renovate it. We're going to have to go back and board it up because all the boards were removed from all the windows, the doors. So now the city's, it's on us to go back and board it back up once we get all the debris removed out of there. Of course, we didn't anticipate that happening because we thought we were moving forward with another plan. But once we remove all the debris, we'll board it back up.
Okay. And are we aggressively looking at someone? Do we have some persons in mind that's going to secure? Because one of the things
that's us.
Okay. One of the concerns that I have about the location is that it's in the city's ownership. Mm-hmm. And we are being very aggressive with awarding individuals with beautification of their homes, beautification efforts among our citizens. And one of the things that I've definitely been a stickler about with that hospital, especially since it has been in our ownership, that we need to be a leading example of what we are encouraging residents to do in the communities. And so I just hope that you, along with staff, take make a special effort, especially with it being in a business district off Barker Highway, pretty busy highway within our community, that we make a special effort in taking care of that property, because since with it being in our trust, grass and stuff hasn't been properly manicured.
Has the grass in the back been mowed? Do we know?
Couldn't tell you that tonight. I'll have to go out there tomorrow and take a look.
In addition, a question for the city manager.
I have one.
Okay.
Are we going out for an RFQ? And no offense, for a city attorney?
Typically, the statute doesn't call that you have to, because that's professional services. You can, advertise as far as, employment, but the statute doesn't say you have to typically go out for an actual city attorney. You can put out an RFP if you want, if you choose, but the statute doesn't require that you must do that. It's up to the commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would think we will at some point to be open and fair and transparent in the process. And I think it would be the responsibility of the city commission to actually hire the city attorney. Along those same lines of questioning, what is the current agreement? Are we on a 90-day?
60 days.
60 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would think we would want to start at least doing a RFP.
Or not. Oh.
Just for clarification, there was no amount of time. It was just on the same terms and conditions as your prior attorney.
Mm-hmm. So I'd like to make a motion that we advertise for a city attorney and obviously give you an opportunity to be a part of that. I think that we need to advertise in League of Cities, through the League of Cities, perhaps on the internet, maybe monster.com, ABA, not just in the Palm Beach Post, which, for that.
Okay, we'll get that advertising out.
Okay, that was a motion I made. I thought.
All right, we'll entertain that motion. Have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Bowden and properly second by Commissioner Hill. Call for questions. Hearing and seeing none.
I do have a question with regards to at least, when you say same terms and conditions as the previous attorney, what were those terms and conditions? Because since being on the dais, I have not been presented with those terms and conditions, and I think before moving forward with an attorney search, I would like to at least know what the terms and conditions are with the interim attorney, and then setting, just being fair in the process, because this is just her first meeting and a 60-day, 90-day, numbers was thrown out. I would at least like to firm up some terms and conditions because we just don't want her dangling and loosely working with us without an agreement. And then after a certain time, maybe 30 days or 60 days, 30 days, then start an attorney search and however, the commission deems to do it, allowing her an opportunity to apply if she desires to. But I think we need to firm up what the agreement actually is with the interim.
Thank you.
If I may?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. What I understand, and we've looked at the agreement that you had existing, there was a very old agreement that you had, and that appears to have been modified to a flat fee amount of $6,800 a month. I am not sure what meeting that was approved, but it had been modified, and that's what the attorney was being paid.
That was actually a budget revision there, you recall, in conferencing during budgeting. It wasn't a meeting, it was actually they increased his compensation during budget conferencing for the overall general budget for the year.
And that encompasses litigation as
Yes.
well as regular
Well, that was
services
actually
and
already in
meetings.
place. They were just decreasing the actual compensation. Yeah.
Right. Now, question, is that $6,800 a month? $6,800 a month for 2 meetings. When we get tied up in litigation suits and all of that,
yes,
is that an additional fee?
No, that includes, as I understand it, and I accept that, that includes that as well. So
Okay.
the litigation that you have pending, we're, handling that litigation with no additional fee.
Yeah. I would strongly suggest to my fellow colleagues that we, firm up an agreement with our interim, and I'm not opposed to opening it up because I've been a proponent of that, even with the city clerk, that we at least open it up to entertain other applicants for the job. So definitely not against that, but I think not putting the cart before the horse. We need to firm up, and since we're big on reading, I think we need to see what we are agreeing to with our present council, and when we move forward, then we can set a reasonable timeline to move forward with entertaining a permanent attorney.
Okay.
That's my position.
Point well taken. Basically, we're asking some type of written contractual agreement, whether it's next 90 days, 120 days, similar to what the current or former city manager, city attorney had.
but we want to see it in writing and have an opportunity to make any adjustment or changes if we feel necessary.
Yes, sir.
We're going to do this quickly. That's a motion, Commissioner Everett. We can entertain a second.
Wait, I have a motion on the floor. I have my motion on the floor.
It was a motion already made.
Yeah.
We opened the floor. We
Maybe
did.
I can amend mine?
Can we get some order here, ma'am?
Maybe I could amend my motion, and that make it easier? Okay, so I amend my motion that we firm up contract with the interim city attorney within the next 30 days, and then at the same time, we go out for looking for a new city attorney, and her contract runs until we make a decision.
If I would just request that you extend that longer than 30 days, by the time we advertise and
60
interview.
days. Yeah. 60 good?
Let's go 90.
90?
90 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
That gives us longer to advertise anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Second.
Who seconded?
Ms. Hill.
Who seconded the motion, though? The previous motion. She amended this.
Ms. Hill.
Ms.
Commissioner
Hill.
Hill.
It had been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Commissioner Hill. Additional questions? Hearing and seeing none. Ready for vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Mayor Barrett?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Any additional questions for the City Manager?
Yes, I have one for the city manager. Evaluation of city manager. Have all the evaluations been turned in?
No, we haven't got all the evaluations. So once we receive those, the human resource manager will provide you the comprehensive scoring. And until that happens, we'll just wait on all the user comments.
Admittedly, I was late with submitting mine.
You're fine.
And the deadline, I was past the deadline by a week or two. And I know the deadline has, at the point we are now, it's definitely passed. And I think it would make good conversation for our retreat and for a possible workshop to both retreat workshop has to be publicly discussed. I think it would be good for us to use that as grounds for our discussion. So I would just hope that we can get them all turned in so that we can have those conversations and address the positives and the work in progress, whatever we need to do so that we can move forward.
I have one more question.
Okay, no problem.
I promise it's the last one. Okay, are we getting live streamed and are we being captioned in Spanish now?
You know, I'm going to ask my audio manager to do me a real good favor. Could you please come up and explain to the commission where we are in the status of our website, our live streaming, as far as our ADA compliance, fairly quickly? I don't want to say anything that disguises or provides the wrong information.
And he's doing the website as well, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Just give us about a minute, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Mayor. First, we'll talk about the website. A couple of weeks ago, we pulled the website down. Not to be malicious or anything, but we have to become compliant with the ADA. So we have been fielding some of the quotes that have been coming in, and we pretty much found a direction right now. So right now we're mapping out how we would like to have the site layout and some of the integration tools with the site. So we're going to pretty much start pressing play in the next few days. Because first we have to do all the leg work to kind of figure out how we're going to structure this and put it together. As far as the closed captioning is concerned, I made the decision myself to stop streaming. And I basically went to the city manager and told him why, because I work with so many cities that I'm wise enough to see the things that are happening, that I'm not going to just let the city of Pahokee fall into a possible trap. So when I see these type of things that are happening, I'm going to try to bring them to the city's attention. And one of those things is actually getting these subtitles put into the videos in a timely fashion. And Commissioner Bowling, when you first came into the dais, you said that in your first meeting that in every meeting you attend, that you're going to advocate to have Spanish subtitles. And I heard you. I'm a great listener. So I went and I started looking into that. So the last meeting on the 23rd, I had that meeting captioned, subtitles, and I have it in Spanish as well. So basically tonight we're going to do the exact same thing. We're producing tonight's meeting. It is not being streamed live, but it will be captioned, subtitled tonight in English and in Spanish. And it's my goal to, by tomorrow morning, have the link sent to the city clerk to be able to publish to the website by hypothetically 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So in a perfect world, if I can have it done tonight and be able to get it to her by tomorrow morning by 8:30, if her time permits, she will probably be able to have it on that static web page that we have right now that doesn't go anywhere. At least you can be able to have the video, have access to it, and everyone in the community can have reasonable and equal access to the video.
Question. I know Belgrade may have a higher Creole population than we do here in Pahokee, but in keeping with even how the school district sends out communications to the local parents, it's not only in English, but it's also in Spanish and Creole. Not trying to add to your list of responsibilities, but is it possible that Creole could be added to that? And also, one of our community persons mentioned having the agenda, which I would assume staff would have to put that up there, and maybe adding a feature on there where citizens can then make comments prior to not comments, but send emails from the city webpage. If I got the feature right, because I did write it down here about agenda items that's forthcoming in the meeting that they could, contact their respective commission.
Okay, you asked two questions, so I'll answer them in the order that they came in. The first one, as far as putting Creole in there, yes, we can closed caption in 91 different languages. So therefore, when you look at the video, there's a small box at the bottom right-hand side. It's a small square box. If you click onto that box, you're going to see the subtitles that are actually available. In the last meeting and then this proposed meeting, there will be English and Spanish. We do have Creole available, but the reason why I did not take it upon myself to bring up Creole is because I do not know your demographic here in this particular city well enough to make the suggestion to the city manager. Because it's one thing for me to have the technology, but I always, show proper protocol by going to the city manager and letting him make a decision and telling me what direction he would like for me to have. So if the city commission and the city manager do desire for me to actually implement Creole as well, I have no problem implementing Creole in there because, again, we can caption the 91 languages. And one of the things that we must realize about closed captioning subtitles is since 1970, the U.S. population has increased by 105%, which is a lot. So that means two things. One, we're living longer. And two, not only do we have an older population that starts to experience disabilities, but we do have people who are just naturally disabled. So both of those two numbers together build up our population of people who actually have needs as far as being able to be assisted. So if we keep that in mind, we can kind of stay ahead of the curve and not alienate anyone within our respective community.
And I just know when I was in high school, we had a good sector of the Creole community. And I don't know to speak with authority what that percentage is now, but I know we had a population within our community.
I think that's something that you all, as far as your city manager is concerned as well, can look at the census and make a determination, or you all just may feel, hey, we think we have a adequate enough population that we should incorporate that. I serve at your pleasure. Whatever you guys ask me to do, I'll do. And I will come back and give you advice on anything you ask for because I serve at your pleasure as well as the community's pleasure.
Mayor, Commission, just be mindful that Because all of these lawsuits on ADA compliance for websites, this is the reason why we're taking all these necessary precautions until we can have everything fully amendable for ADA. We have to take these precautions. So it's just a temporary, discomfort, not having our website up and not being able to stream live immediately as we're having meetings, but we're taking every precaution necessary. So when we do bring all the sites back up, it'll be completely ADA compliant. We can avoid any type of lawsuits that is running, like wildfire around the state of Florida right now. So until everything is complied with, as far as ADA, there'll be a little discomfort as far as live streaming, the website, et cetera. So if anyone can just be patient with us, we can get everything built out right, so we can ensure that when people go to our websites, that they it's fully accessible to the community and those who are handicapped and need those additional amenities to look at our website and understand the content. And that goes into all our documents, things that people, if you pay bills online, et cetera, access to every portal on our website has to be ADA. So, and it goes into our live streaming as well. We have to have those precautions, and we have to take care of the ADA compliance and be precautious about avoiding any type of lawsuit that's spreading across the state right now.
It was 100% me that went to the city manager and encouraged him to pull the site down. So I know there was different language going around, but it was 100% me that when he said we have to do this because, being a part of the community like I serve the community here, it is partly my responsibility to insulate you as best as I can in potential litigation, because you as a community, you are the ones that actually, put in those bills as well. So when I can see these type of things, I'm going to raise my hand and advocate and say, hey, please, we have to get the brakes because I see different things coming down the horizon.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, if I may add, just as an aside, because I'm seeing some of the cities around the state being sued for ADA compliance issues, and one in particular, one of the cities. So just so that you know, every 3 to 5 years, the same group, they come out with a whole slew of lawsuits against cities for some ADA issue, and it changes every 3 to 5 years. So right now, websites are really big. The Florida League of Cities is on top of it. They are taking on the claims. They are going ahead and they're taking on the representation. Some cities that are not Florida League of Cities represented, they are actually fighting it because they don't believe that it's a legal claim based on the claim, the way that what they're using as the vehicle to sue upon. But then the league is trying to settle the claims, and they're settling within a certain range. But rather than going there and having the site up, I was really happy when I spoke with the manager and I found that your site wasn't up right now. Some of the smaller cities, they're not even putting up the sites right now because it's just not worth it until you're able to become ADA compliant. But what they're finding is that it's also very expensive. Because when you start adding on the layers of different things that you have to do in order to, especially if you store a lot of information on it, and I'm not sure how Pahokee does it, but depending on how much information, how many minutes, how many meetings you go back, and if you're storing video, it can be very, very expensive, especially for a small city. So I just bring that up. I was actually pleased to find out that it wasn't up. I know that's not the optimal way that you want to operate, but right now, until some of the dust settles, it's probably in the best interest of the city that you make sure that you have all of your I's dotted and T's crossed before you move in the direction of going live again.
It's just about being in compliance, and as soon as the new website is up, we will be going live that exact same next meeting. We have the ability to be live now. It's just I made the decision not to, because again, I serve at your pleasure. I serve at your pleasure in what I understand is my responsibility to insulate you from potential litigation because you are the shareholders of the city. So when I make those kind of decisions, I'm trying to really be mindful of what can happen because I work with so many different cities and I see it every single day.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question for the city manager. And what prompted me to this question was we had mentioned a time restraint on the project at the marina. Previously, we had recommended that we would use and I know we're going to add another layer of cost to any project, but we had indicated we would use project manager. That's to kind of help you. They'll be reporting to you, but it would help move the project along, and that project manager would also keep the city commission informed of the progress of these various projects. My question is to you, since we do have phase 2 of the marina project, it's almost $1 million. Are we using a project manager on that particular project to assist you?
The plan is to have a project. Actually, I have someone working on some of the scheduling now, but the plan is we will have a project manager separate from our own in-house project manager and building planning and only that does all the administrative reporting on the project. So we have one in mind that will be on this project along with the general contractor to ensure that we stay on schedule.
Okay.
And that's already, actually, that's not an additional cost. That's already built into the grant when it says administrative, engineering, oversight. It's already built into the grant.
Okay. My last question, and this is...
You said you're bringing someone, one independent of city staff, city staff, so would this person be presented? Are we going to know who this person is?
I mean, not unless you just want to come in here, but typically the project manager that's a person that's connected to the actual contractor themselves. Typically, contractors bring on their project managers who does all of this with them, and they'll probably have their own project manager, but we wanted one that was attached to the city that could continue to relay us information over their project manager as well. So, and because of its professional services under the threshold, it's not something that we have to come and do a contract with officially because it's not above $10,000. It's someone that's well above, under that threshold. For example, the gentleman that was being recommended before was well under that threshold of above the $10,000 mark. So it's not someone that we bring forward to present to the commission. It's just a project manager working on the project. When that happens, that's just routine to have a project manager on all our projects. All of our projects have had, project managers.
Part of it was
we haven't settled on a specific.
Yeah, part of it was though, Mr. City Manager, is that the project manager also report to the city commission. So we're on the same page.
That's
and
not
we're
true.
aware.
That's
what we discussed.
That's what we asked for.
But what I'm saying is, a project manager on day-to-day reports to the city manager who brings you the report.
Okay.
Now, if you're asking for something different, we can do that, but we haven't settled on a project manager. Is what I'm saying.
Let me be clear that in our previous discussion, in addition to the project manager, we know he's going to have regular contact with the city manager. In addition to that, we wanted to have contact or reports directly from the project manager. You can be part of it, but we want to have that open transparency that we talked about. So that was part of what we added in there. If he's just reporting to you and we are not aware of what problems may occur, whether we're on schedule, that's what we're looking for, whether it's on a monthly basis or every 2 weeks. But we're asking that be part of it. Yes.
Okay. That's done.
Okay. Yeah. And my last question again is twofold. Monthly reports. I mean, we have a finance director. We have you. We've been totally neglected on that part.
What monthly report?
Monthly financial report.
Mayor, I have to remind you, and I should have brought this up in my report. When you brought this up, I don't know, 7-8 months ago, the first thing we did is we took our financial report.
Don't tell them online, though. I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. That's transparency. It's the most transparent you'll ever get here. We put our financial report online. Then, every 3 months, you get your quality report online. Okay. Now, beyond that, if you're saying you need something more,
let me be clear what I'm asking.
Because when we did that,
I'm explaining.
We can go back to that meeting. That was suffice. Everyone agreed to it. It was accepted. And so now we're doing. You get your monthly financial. And every 3 months, of course, you get your total quarterly financial as well. So if that's changed, that you want more, let me know.
Okay, the changes I'm asking, and it's not a change, it's something that we requested previously, that we receive a printed monthly financial report, not online. I may not have a computer. My eyes may be bad. I need to have it physically printed for each of the 5 commissioners. And quarterly, we want it at a minimum a verbal financial report that can be explained.
The report that we post online, you want it printed out for you.
Right.
And the quarterly report that we print online, you want it printed out as well.
And verbally presented.
Quarterly.
The finance director?
Mr. Mayor, can we do this? Can we put it in motion? And not just for commissioners, just in speaking with citizens in past, speaking about having those printed out for citizens, because at the end of the day, they're the reason why the 5 of us have a job and also the city manager. And so those are the things that they have, that's one of the things that they have requested. Not that we're trying to infringe upon day-to-day operations. One thing we do understand is we make it possible for you to have day-to-day operations too, to provide oversight over. But I think it would help where people have information, they don't have to be forced to speculate.
That's right.
And I think it would work best for a community. You know, long are the days that you keep people ignorant. I think the best citizens that we would have is the more well-informed they are, the less we can put down the rumor mill, the fallacious statements, innuendos that are being put out about what's not being done or what's being done. And that will make real transparency. It's one thing to use the word transparency, but we need to put those things out there so that we can be very transparent with our community.
So we have proper record. We'll put in a motion. That's your motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we receive monthly reports printed out and included in our packet, and also those monthly reports be made accessible to the citizens.
Maybe a few.
And we have a quarterly, maybe a quarterly workshop, presentation in our regular meeting on a quarterly basis with city manager and finance director.
Second.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead. I asked a question at the end.
Second.
Second by Ms.
Second.
Call for questions.
So the monthly that has been posted all these months, you now want me to print it out.
Now let's not be insulting to intelligence.
No, I just want to be clear.
It may be
the
posted
monthly
online, but he just did a long presentation.
I understand, Commissioner Everett. I'm with you. You want us to print that out, and the quarterly that was being posted up until we took the site down about 4 weeks ago. You want us to print that out as well, quarterly. And on top of that, for the quarterly, make sure we get a quarterly face-to-face with the finance director.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's face-to-face.
I just want to correct something.
Yes.
Even prior to our discussion tonight, it was asked and requested that those reports be printed out for our review. And so we're just adding that it be made accessible to the public. You know, sunshine law and all this has been a buzzword in our community. So whatever we receive needs to be made, public for our citizens.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
And the last request, and I'm done.
Wait, we didn't vote on the motion.
You hadn't finished the motion.
Yeah, I seconded it.
Roll
call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Mayor Babb?
Yes. The last request is the project, the 5 major projects we completed, Commissioner Park, the 1.2 at the Marina, Glade System Villa, we requested information on the surtax proceeds and expenditures that we haven't received. So, go ahead on.
Mayor, you received those reports in March. You can ask your other commissioners. Everyone received it. You got a copy of it. Everyone did. Everything you're about to say, you've already got. We'll print it again for you, but you already have it.
All right. Okay. All right. We're good. I requested a copy, but I didn't recall, so I've been under the weather. Thank you, sir.
We can print it again, sir.
Okay.
We can print it again.
Mr. Mayor, we need to get an order now in the court.
Do we have order? Thank you, man. All right.
I just want to correct something. I'm not trying to run the show, but according to our policies and procedures as commissioners, even though you're the presiding officer, something that was voted on in 2006, 2008, that not only do you have reserved the right to ask for order, but other commissioners have the same right to request order from the floor. So I just want to clear up that misnomer.
Okay. Okay, that's conclude our city manager report.
I was done. I was answering your question.
Right.
I was done a long time ago.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now we'll move to the interim city attorney report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Over the last week or so, I've met with the city manager and the city clerk, and I can tell you all that you are very well represented. I have had a thorough update on what's going on in the city. We are in the process of substituting ourselves in some cases that Mr. Brandenburg is going to be withdrawing in. There is a hearing coming up in one of them. In terms of legal issues, I talked with you all about just a second ago some of the website issues that are going on with other cities. I hope you've seen a marked difference in your agenda and the way that the detail that was presented with the resolutions compared to what I was able to find in the past. So I hope you've seen some improvement in that in terms of the detail that was offered. We hope to do that, and we hope to work closely with the city manager, which we will, going forward, and the city clerk. We like to, as city attorneys, be involved with the items so that we're clear, very clear about what is being proposed, and we feel comfortable signing off on them. So we'll probably be more involved than most city attorneys might be. And it's a pleasure to be here. I look forward again to meeting with all of you. I haven't had a chance to meet with everybody individually, but I certainly like to do that. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, ma'am. On the old business, we have the marina lease update, but our city manager can give us an update on that, or the city attorney, either one.
Yeah, I've had a brief conversation with Tallahassee as far as all the documents that they needed for prerequisites to get the leases moving toward the cabinet. We're still on schedule. There was one remaining item that on the specific leases that needed some more clarity, and that was, I think, was the deposit, was the last remaining item that was brought about whether to keep it as it is or to increase it, and that was the only thing we need to discuss or make a decision on as far as the current deposit rate is going to remain the same or increase. But as far as the timeline of moving forward to the governor and cabinet, we're still on track for that. There are no delays. All the documents that were being requested were submitted in a timely fashion, even the letter explaining prior renovations on the marina itself. And so that's where we are right now. We're on schedule to move the leases to the governor and cabinet over the next 30 to 40 days here fairly quickly.
And quick question on the contractor for the Glade Citizen Villa. I know there was some issue with payment because of the delay from the state. Are we back on target with that, or that's been taken care of?
We were always on on a good foundation with this particular contractor. What happened was when the project was completed, there was this type of system that the state set up with the city that once we got the invoice goes to the state processes it, and then sends us a check. Unfortunately, Weekly didn't want to wait for that check to get here, and so it took some time for the state to process those invoices and then turn it around in their Department of Finance, send us a check, and then we have to cut a check. And so in the interim, Weekly felt that it wasn't moving fast enough to them, and so what they were attempting to do was charge us late fees on the process of receiving their check, not in a timely manner. There's still some gray areas in there that I'm asking the city attorney to take a look at because we feel it's kind of overreaching. It wasn't our fault that we had to wait on payment from the state to pay them. And so there's a gray area in there that we're going to try to work out with Weekly and move forward. But as of now, we haven't come to any final resolution on satisfying what they felt is what they should get in addition to what they were already paid. So we're going to look at all of the language there and try to work with them and remedy that situation sooner than later. But we do realize that, it wasn't our fault, it wasn't the city fault. We just were waiting on the state to pay the city so we can pay them. And we explained that to them very early in the process of this contract and this project. But it's not clear to them that was how they agreed to it. So we'll continue working with them to get to a place where we all are satisfied with what was delivered and the payments that are remaining.
And hopefully we can learn a little something from this too, especially the contract language. Mm-hmm. And we have our attorney, but it was really surprising that on that particular contractor, they had the penalty for late payments, and it was at 1%. But this was a major project, and that 1% now turned into several thousands of dollars in back payment that we're going to be responsible for. So hopefully we can at least negotiate that language down some. If it was 1%, maybe 0.25% of a percentage point. But that's something we need to be really mindful in the future.
Can I ask the city attorney, do we have any other contracts that may have that or that moving forward?
I don't know.
Will you
we
review
have to
for that?
review them. Yes,
yes.
Yeah. And if it's there now anyway, it's going to be hard to work around.
Well, but I mean, that way we know as the bills come due, we need to get them out.
All these upcoming projects, we have the money to pay these projects. We don't have to wait for the state to pay us to pay someone. So, but moving forward, we'll look at the language in these type of projects to ensure that we don't incur any additional interest payments. Typically, that just doesn't happen with a project. You're able to get the turnaround from the state fairly quickly, and you have 25 days once you get an invoice to pay your vendor. But the state took longer than 25 days in this instance, and so moving forward, we'll take a closer look at our contracts with our city attorney and probably need to minimize that language in there so we don't incur any additional costs.
Yeah.
Okay. Have no new business. Citizen comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It is one thing that we overlooked, and that was with regards to Pahokee High School's graduation, along with it being on the same day of our meeting. So I do know we have some things coming up that we may need to approve, give authority to. Maybe we can bump the meeting up a week, and so it won't be in conflict with our local high school's graduation.
What we can do, if there's something coming up, include in your motion that the mayor be authorized to call a special meeting so we can take care of city business. It may not be necessary, but at least you got that covered that you can expect. If there are some things that need to be approved by the city commission, we'll have an opportunity to call a special meeting.
Mayor,
I just want to throw that out.
I'm sorry. Can I get back to the marina leases for a moment? Are we happy with the leases? Because I need to let Mr. McCall know we're ready to just, go as is with the leases.
Well, no, but there was a question you just asked that I know from the last attorney. He was saying about the down payment on the lease. So we need to
Deposit.
discuss what the deposit. So we need to, discuss the deposit on the lease.
Do we have a copy of the lease for us to look at so we know what the deposit is?
Deposit is $10,000.
And I know from going back again from the previous attorney said they think that it should be increased.
It's at the pleasure of the commission.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, I think we need to have it in front of us so we can know for sure. Because if we're asking them to increase it and we don't know what the actual amount is.
Well, if you look at it, it won't be the amount, will not be on the lease itself. You have to come up with it's up to the commission to decide what will be the,
Right, but we don't know the actual amount that we're asking now, so how will we know
I
if
know
we
he
need to
said that it
increase?
should be more than $10,000. Or $20,000.
$20,000.
I know he said 20.
But which is it?
Sorry.
But let me just think, I know from
More
Mr.
than
Brennan,
20,
from previous attorney, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was saying it was like between $10,000 to $20,000. And that he will ask the commission he recommended the commission to increase that, deposit.
And is that deposit held for 25 years or whatever the length of the lease is, or is it held for a certain number of years and then returned? What are the terms, I guess I would ask?
If I'm not mistaken, it's held for the term of the lease.
That's why
Yeah.
we need the paper. We need information to be sure.
To be sure.
I mean,
Well, not to be redundant, but you got to remember when we had the last attorney, we did not have the paper either. And
Doesn't mean we don't need it now.
He did give us he did give us that quote. So, and all we had to do was going to come back with the amount that we were going to direct him to put into the lease. So, because okay, we got to be real. We didn't have it in front of us when he gave us that quote. So right now, we need to come, and like I said, to go on to the governor and cabinet, this is the last thing that they're waiting on, that we need to just come up with a deposit, whether it would be $50,000, $25,000, whatever the commission is agreeable, and then direct the city attorney to put that into their lease, that this is our deposit. Because I know we did hear him say it should be more than $20,000.
And have we talked to the company to see how they feel about it?
this is your option.
Yeah,
And,
I understand
the last former attorney did advise the group that would be a conversation with the commission. They were aware of it. But again, this is your decision. It's your lease.
I understand. I was just asking.
Yeah.
Let's have
You
staff.
do it the same.
Yeah, we need
Let's have staff, which would be the city manager and the city attorney, look at that lease
Yes.
and bring us a recommendation what they feel is a fair amount of deposit to ask for based on the property being leased. It's just protection for the city if in the event that the company walk away from this agreement. It's just like a lease for a home, a house, or rental property. You're responsible for at least paying that minimum amount.
And maybe
So
we
right
could look
now, if they walk away from the table, once they do receive the contract, their only obligation would be the $10,000 that is being set aside for their deposit.
I would also
20
ask if we could
20.
have some kind of numbers from what we've asked for in the past from other people that have leased it. I mean, I have no idea, so that's why I'm asking.
Commissioner Rowland, we went through all of that when we built the lease. We
Yeah,
went
but I
through all of
wasn't
those
here.
things. I understand that, but we can't go backwards to start looking at old leases to start trying to build a new lease now.
I'm not
We're well
asking to
be-
build a new
we're
lease.
well
I'm
beyond that
asking for the
threshold.
numbers that we had asked for
That's what we
previously,
did
so it
when we
has some
built the
range.
leases. But that's what we did when we created these leases. We went back and we looked at everyone that had leased this facility before, and that's how we built the current leases.
But I can understand her concern.
Yeah.
I mean, just to be
I
safe,
understand
I
the
would
problem.
want that as well.
Okay.
She's
Would-
just become a commissioner. I don't blame her. I understand it. And there's nothing wrong with the city manager getting back to some of that information or some of that, and just at least coming back to the table with it. I totally
When they come back with a
agree.
recommendation,
Right,
they can say,
right.
based on, we did this,
Yeah.
this, and
Well,
this in the past.
I just want to be clear, like, as your city attorney, I would not know exactly what number to tell you based on the historical. I can tell you whether it's legally sufficient. I can tell you whether there should be some items added in that may protect the city a little bit better. But in terms of the amount, that's really your city manager. So I don't want to, even give the impression that we're going to be managing your city, because I want to stay in my lane, right? So, but I can certainly look at the lease. It sounds like it's kind of already left the barn in terms of, it's at the state, and so I don't know how much you want me to really tinkle with, the terms and conditions of the lease. But I think what the manager is saying is, look, if you want me to change this more than 20, I need to tell the state, because the state already has this. They're ready to take it up to wherever to have it approved. Do you want me to make it 50? You want me to make it 40? You want me to keep it at 20? I think that's the kind of the gist of.
I think we're making it harder than what it is. It was recommended by the former attorney at the time, and I know we get selective in memory.
What's the number he recommended?
He didn't recommend a number.
Oh, okay.
And sticking with the integrity of the conversation. He did not recommend a number, but what he did state, and I know we get selective memory, but he did suggest, and there was conversation, I don't know if it was suggestion just from him or if it was suggestions also from the state, that we needed to increase the deposit that we were asking. Because essentially the conversation was we would turn over the campground, the restaurant, marina for $20,000. And it was suggested, recommended. I mean, we got to go with it. We can just say, hey, let's give it to them for $20,000. But it was suggested and recommended that we look at the deposit and increase it. That was a suggestion. Now, I don't know if that was solely from legal at the time or if those were conversations from legal and the state. Me personally, and I know, you have people on both sides of the fence, I feel $20,000 is quite generous for what they will be receiving. And considering they can walk away at any time. So I think those are some of the things that, if we're going to go back and study, and I agree with City Attorney, she's just here to keep us legal, to tighten up some things if need be, but maybe considering looking at that deposit amount, because I think it's quite generous.
I don't want to keep us here all night. I don't want to put it back on the city manager's shoulders if we're able and willing to make a recommendation ourselves. Vice Mayor Mervin, you kind of brought it up after the city manager kind of alluded to it. So if you have any suggestion that you want us to consider as far as the deposit, you can bring it out now, or we can give it back into staff hands to look closely at it and bring a recommendation what he feels is a fair deposit that would at least protect the city in some cases. So we can move forward, or we can, again, give it to staff.
I think from the last city attorney, I know if I'm not mistaken, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to look for it in the notes that they have here. I know he said the deposit should be more than $20,000. He said that was a little low amount for the three entities that they will be overseeing. So from that, Mayor, we not just as a commission need to come up with a number and put it in there so we can go in and get it in the lease, so we're going to get it finalized and keep talking about the same old.
Right, understand that. Are you prepared to make some type of recommendation, or you think we need a workshop, or again, do we pass it on to the city manager? I'm able and willing to entertain that now if you want to move forward with it, at least as a recommendation, whether it passed or not. At least we'll put something out. We may need a little time, like Commissioner Bolden say, to actually look at it to make sure we're aware. We think it's 20. I believe it's 20. It could be 10, but I believe it's currently a $20,000 deposit. You want to make that 30, where you got $10,000 on each of the entities: restaurant, campground or the marina, or you want to boost it up to 50 or even 60, it's going to be up to us. I don't want to delay us if we able to make a decision now.
Mayor, I can say $10,000 for each one of the entities that are, there's 3 entities, getting the marina, the restaurant, and the campground. That would be my.
So your suggestion would be to increase it to 30,000 from 20 to 30. You can put that forth a motion. We can consider have a quick.
That is my number, Mary. That might,
okay.
It might not fit with that number. But
okay. Okay. We'll talk about it briefly. Commissioner Avery, any thoughts on that?
I mean, honestly, at this moment, I really don't have a number.
Okay.
Honestly, I really don't. I don't have a number.
Okay.
But I'm a team player, whatever the group is deciding on it. You know, this reason why I go with it. But right now, I don't have a number.
That's all I was saying about Commissioner Bolden. I can understand why she has the concern she has. I can understand we all can sit and we can give her a number. However, it needs to be discussed. Some things need to be discussed, obviously, because we all are not on the same page. I mean, at some point, we just call a number. I'm not comfortable with it.
I'm not comfortable.
Okay. We'll table it to our next city commission meeting. Hopefully, between the recommendation of the city manager and our own conclusion, we can come up with an appropriate number. We're going to move forward. Hopefully, we can get out of here in the next 5 minutes. Citizen comments, general concern. At this time, we have any card.
The first one is from Mr. Herbert Crawford.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just on behalf of the Blaze Relay for Life, I just want to thank the city for allowing us the use of a marina for the event. And shout out to the Town Center Cafe, one of the restaurants that hosted our Survivor Dinner. It was a great turnout. It started a little rough, but it ended well. Right now, we don't have an official counting in for the money that we raised. Our goal was $20,000 for this year. And right now, unofficially, because they're still pulling the money from online, we're, I think, about $14,000 that we were able to gather. So we have until August, 1st of August, to finish up the count. So we're pushing for that $20,000. Last year, I think they had about $9,000 in South Bay. So we're pushing for that $20,000 mark. Next year, it'll be hosted in the city of Belgrade. So we want to raise the bar and then give them something to reach for. So I know you take back the real good.
You did a wonderful job. It was very nice.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford.
Yeah.
In addition, comment card, City Clerk.
Yes, sir. The next one is Ms. Crystal Bruce.
Hello.
Actually, Crystal Bruce, 8860 Sevier Street, Pahokee, Florida. This is going to be really quick, but I did write the name of my LLC, sunbiz.org. You can go and find me, Blue Alpine. So I do operate business as Hot Topic Media. So if any information I put out and you guys feel it legit, get an attorney. But anyway, the reason I'm here because I am going to be running the story. Now, I do speak and say a lot of things. But I am a fair person, and the only reason I'm coming before you guys is because I'm going to run a story and I want to ask questions, and I have something for you guys. I'm very open to be corrected. If I stand to be, if I'm misunderstood or anything through my research, because I'm going back, I do stand to be corrected. One of the things I wanted to know, why was Brandenburg fired? Was he fired because he dealt business with Emilio Perez? Emilio is suing the city. I'm asking for a reason. I have a copy of something for you guys because we're going to run this story. Commissioner Murray, how you doing today? Can you go on Mr. Commissioner? Can you go on? I just want some things for you guys to look over. Here's one for you. Here's one for you. Here's one not for you. Here's one for her. And no, it's not. So my reason is that I'm going to run the story in front of the hospital. And I want to say this. I hear a lot of y'all throw off our Facebook. But doing my research, I truly believe it's retaliation against the Perez's. Because when you go and look back, this meat, how could you have a problem with someone doing business that's doing it for free? Even if they sue in the city, that's what you have insurance for. So my reason for coming, I want to ask questions to you guys before I go and run the story. Because I know a lot of y'all get up here and say X, Y, and Z about Facebook, but I'm 30 years strong in what I'm doing. Back from our days before I did a housing authority, or the Dr. Glover, anybody. What I'm doing here, I've been doing in this community, but I see a lot of y'all got a problem because I'm talking. But I'm going to tell you something. What I do love Pahokee, and if I was not for Pahokee, I have every news camera out there right now with what I got with me. So I am entitled. I'm a citizen. I pay taxes. And I do believe that y'all retaliated on them. Now, I want to say this to our commission, and I'm watching the time. I didn't think you know enough to go back for enough. That's why I gave you a copy of that list. I'm not saying what your job is to do or not do, but a lot of things being did, I believe y'all retaliated. I'm asking a question. Why was Brandon Bird fired? Because he did business with Emilio Perez, who was suing us and he did it for free? That's my question. I'll wait for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. City Clerk, at this time, are there any additional comment cards?
The next one is Miss Annie Poor.
It's good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Really good night. Anyway, I had a question also, but that's okay. I'm gonna move right along. I want to know this: when we had the storm, and the debris was moved, wasn't that Emilio moved the debris? When Friendly Cafe was tore down, wasn't that Emilio tore it down? So I'm trying to understand, if it was that the lawyer got, canned because of Emilio, well, who hired them to do that? Who hired Emilio to do the debris? Who hired Emilio to tear down Friendly Cafe? Since it was a problem with the lawyer having him to move the debris, I come over there in the hospital. I just want to know, if it's a duck, I'm going to call it a duck. If it's a rat, I'm going to call it a rat. So I just want to know. Can you tell me who gave him permission to do that? Nobody know? Nobody know who gave them permission? Who gave Emilio permission to take up the debris after the storm? Nobody know who gave Emilio permission to tear down the Friendly Cafe? Nobody know?
Ms. Cole, I'm welcome to answer your questions. I know this is comment section, so we don't answer questions in comments. You just a comment, but I can answer your question, after the meeting, if it helps you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Bruce. In addition to comment card, City Clerk.
The next one is from Mr. Anthony Jackson.
In addition to cards.
The next one is Mr. Nancy Miller.
Michael Miller, 521 Pahokee Circle. On the 29th of last month, I received a letter in the mail telling me I have a tarp on my roof, and if I don't remove it in 30 days, I will fine $250. I never put the tarp up there. I just put the tarp up there. And majority of what people inside here know that insurance people love to collect your money, but they don't love to pay. So I want to hear from the commissioner about it. But that $250 is a steep hill to climb. I am retired now, I'm not working, so I don't know where to get that from. I got to wait on the insurance. And they say, I speak to the code enforcer, and he said, well, I must worry about it, but I still got to worry about it. Because they say coming from the city manager. The city manager wants to see all them top removed. That's what I get to understand, so I want to hear from the commissioners. I want to hear from the commissioners because the commissioners are the one who's supposed to keep us going.
Yeah, this is that blue tarp.
Yes, we have an.
Yeah, that's to me, to be honest, is a hardship situation where people are struggling to get the insurance to pay for damages, maybe of a storm, and that tarp is at least stopping water damage from entering into the house, at least limiting it a little. So my suggestion here from the city perspective, you would really try to work with those individuals, seek grants on their behalf. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't go to the point where we are fining, especially the elderly, someone who's 60 or plus, that type of a fine for having a tarp. Of course, it may be a unsightly thing, but we got to be a little compassionate on that. I'll put it that way, and do what we can in any way we can to help and assist. There has to be some type of assistance out there that can help seniors redo their roof.
I'm paying $84,000 a year for insurance. Plus, I'm going to pay my blood. So I don't know what to fix it. I got to get that there.
If there's a policy commission, that's something that we can look at. I mean, that's something that I think we should. The city manager, code enforcement, they're doing their job by enforcing that, but that's something that needs to be looked at and taken care of.
Yeah, I don't know the story, so I have to go to code enforcement and dig into the file and see exactly what's going on. And I give a response. I know him very well. We speak all the time, so. And I have an opportunity tomorrow to speak to code enforcement, see what's going on with the case itself. I don't think it's something that we can't mitigate fairly simple, so I wouldn't be overly concerned about that. I have a conversation and we'll work it out.
Thank you. In additional card, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. The next one is Ms. Joanne Culberson.
Joanne Culberson, 1621 East Main Street. I never know what I'm going to say. So I hear what y'all are going to say. And I write it down, and I'm telling you, tonight you could be totally confused with what y'all's hashed over on what was not brought up or what was brought up, or like the city manager just said first, in one of his comments, whoever gets the date. Then went back to when is it going to go to the state? Y'all just go back over stuff and back over stuff and back over stuff. But yet, we got the football field done and going to get the fence done, but we've been 3 years trying to get the only money thing. We can beautify Pahokee, and y'all can go to Las Vegas and get everything in here. But do you get somebody that wants to get a business in here because we got something here, we put that on. I mean, I just don't understand. You can get totally confused sitting here listening to y'all every time I come. And I could say 100 things, but you just get so upset because I don't know what the city manager's doing, that y'all don't know what he's doing, or what he don't know what y'all are asking for. And the thing that y'all asked for on the finance stuff, that's been asked 14 times at every meeting that I've been to. Most of the stuff y'all have asked and re-asked and asked him, and he's going to, and then you re-ask again. And the dike thing's been gone over at least 100 times in 3 years. And my question was, are we close to going to state? Now we come up where we got to negotiate on an amount again. The other thing with the water bill on the state. And he walks off every time. And another thing y'all said, y'all don't ask, why do we do all these comments when y'all didn't ask, you didn't answer any of the comments. That's why I don't get up here and waste my time waiting on an answer. I just say what I sat here to listen to. But he just said, y'all will comment on a comment. So why are we having a comment and you can't even get an answer on why the city attorney was let go? If it was on Perez's thing, that's crazy. That's crazy. We've had that city attorney, yes, and I've had my disagreements with him, but he's been a good attorney for us, and he's looked after us, and he's done a lot more than our city. Yeah, the city manager can get us grants and money and everything else, but we're fighting. Y'all are all fighting with each other. That's crazy.
Ms. Joanne, one of the things we have initiated that as a follow-up at our next commission meeting, some of the questions that have been asked, we will try to ask them, but if you answer them at the time they are asked, you don't have the information all the time to give a appropriate answer, and that's the reason we do it. But if you look at other commissions, the county and other commission don't normally answer questions during the time you ask them. Secondly, it have been a lot of advocates of Mr. Brandenburg, and rightfully so. But I have screenshotted at least 30 folks who was calling for his termination recently. And it's on Facebook. And every negative comment sometime I screenshot. Huh? I'm just saying there have been comments saying terminate him. I'm not saying right or wrong, but, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. City clerk, are there any additional cards?
Yes, sir. Mr. Robert Reese.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and I greet you on behalf of our representative, Representative Tina Pahokee. And there are a couple of things I wanted to share with you this evening. On this coming Saturday, we have a farm show event that's going to take place in Belgrade from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, where we'll be giving out groceries to those who will come and sign up for it. So I just want to invite the citizens to come and participate in our farm share event. So that, again, that's going to be on Saturday from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock at the Hands Park, which is right across the street from Lakeshore Middle School. And the second thing I want you to put on your calendar is on June the 24th, Representative Tina Pahokee, along with Melissa McKinley, will do a 2019 legislature wrap-up where they'll talk about the events that took place in this session of our legislature. And we want to invite all the citizens to come out for that, especially the elected officials. So we ask that you will come so that she can share with you the activity that took place in Tallahassee this year. I do have a few flyers I want to leave with you so that you can share that information with the community. And again, I'm here on her behalf, and if there's anything that I can do to help the city in any way to promote what's going on here in Pahokee, I'm here for that. And yes, we're going to beat the 14 or 20,000 when we come over here. We're going to exceed that in Belgrade. I'm going to watch, make sure that happens. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's the location of the legislative
wrap-up? The location of wrap-up is going to be at West Tech Educational Center. It'll be from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Monday, June 24th. And again, if I can, I'll leave a few flyers with you so you can share with the community. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk, are there any additional cards?
Yes, sir. One last card from Mr. Carl Morrison Sr.
Good evening. Carl Morrison Sr., 4587 Southwest 14th. with the atmosphere and climate that's happening today, we realize that this country is further and further divided, not just on the national level, but on the local level as well. We have a lot of people who's on the Facebook, and some of those very same people were throwing rocks and hiding their hands. We now see the real face of who those people are on Facebook. They have exposed themselves for who they really are. This is why I think it's very important that we start having quality town hall meetings. And we do not leave this chamber tonight until we get a date and start on those meetings. We have to realize that we as citizens have to be held accountable as far as social media, because we plant a dark cloud over this community. But yet we say we're together. We never have been together. And be real about it. I'm real. We have a segment of this community concerned about one sector of this city, and that's called a dike. Each and every one of you know that you have neglected, and hear me very carefully, Martin Luther King Park. That's unacceptable. And we will not accept any more excuses for neglecting the other part of this community. Each and every one of you all know that I do my homework before I get up here. And each and every one of you all will be held accountable for the lack of action. I hear about Commissioner Park, so beautiful. Yes, it is. What about the other part? Why have not one dime have been put on that park? We're neglecting a certain part of this community, and it's unacceptable. And as I said, for the citizens, you got to hold yourself accountable also. Everyone, man. Everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the conclusion of the citizen comments. We'll now entertain the correspondence, comments, concerns of the City Commission, and I'll start with Commissioner Hill. Be closer to it.
I've been so weak on that. Why would you start with me? Okay, it's almost 10, guys. I try so hard not to get into the long talks, but my biggest concern was
Commissioner Hill, before you start, I'm sorry. Ms. Stoner, she had put in a comment.
That's Mayor. Point of personal privilege. My apologies. I have a public comment card that came in late. Typically, we don't read it, but she wanted to come up and make this announcement about the Glades Senior Citizens Prom that's held. So my apologies for that, Mayor, Commission, residents. Just give it a couple of seconds here to give us that. Thank you.
I apologize. My card was turned in very late, and this was just an accident. I know this has been very, very long. And I'm going to tell you a little bit of something. I'm so happy that I'm here because I agree with everybody what they're saying. We've been divided for such a long time, and I thank you for giving those chapters in Spanish. Tienen que, aquí no hay comunidad Spanish. You can't even work in Spanish. You don't see a Spanish person here. You don't see a Latino person here. But yet you saw them on the election and we played a very important role for these people here. And where are they? And you know why they're not here? Because there's no Hispanic or nothing being done because we're all very, very divided. And I'm sorry, I've been in 25 years living here. And it's the same stuff all the time. The same stuff. And there's no need for this. Because we're all the same and we're all equal. And one day we're all going to be held accountable for everything. to be positive, and I was just wondering if Ms. King say something, because this is very positive between the three cities.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. First time ever at a local destination. My name is Pahokee. I live in South Bay. I have a business, King's Tutoring Mentoring Foundation, and we have put together a senior citizen committee, which Belgium played a part of, and most of the members that came, they had to leave. But we're inviting South Bay, Belgrade, and Pahokee seniors. I first started at 65 and older, but I was told senior citizens start at 55. So we had to change the age on that. So we're inviting 100 seniors from Belgrade, South Bay, and Pahokee, a total of 300 seniors. But if we get more response, we will open that door for the citizens. And what they have to do is RSVP. We left notice with all three senior programs, South Bay, Belgrade, and Pahokee, for the seniors to call in and reserve their spot. It's a free event, and we're also working with someone with getting the seniors dresses and suits, but they have to let us know, if they need them. We will provide transportation if they need transportation to this event. This event will be taking place June 29th, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at Lake Shore Middle School Cafeteria.
No, go ahead.
It's in Lake Shore Middle School Cafeteria, and that's on June 29th. We need the RSVP by June 1st. And we have three reps. We have a rep for South Bay, we have a rep for Belgrade, and we have a rep for Pahokee. Josie is the Hispanic rep. Ms. Walk is the rep for Pahokee. I had to step in and become the rep for Belgrade because our rep had unfortunately passed away a couple of weeks ago. And Elizabeth is the rep for South Bay. I have a flyer here. I left a flyer at the senior program as well for the seniors, as well as a sign-up sheet. If they're not able to call in, they can sign their name on this sign-up sheet, which would tell them, ask them if they need transportation, a gown, or suit, or if they would like to be entered as the contest, the king and queen. We would have our former king and queen from year before last, they're going to recrown the new king and queen for each city. We have a king and queen for each city. And if anyone need any questions, additional questions, they can contact me on Facebook, Pahokee, or call me. My number is out there as well. And I'm going to leave this information with the city. And we also asking for your support as well. With this event, we're asking all three municipalities to help support this event as well.
Is there a cost for the seniors?
No, it's free of charge.
It's free. Everything's free, and if they want a gown or a top, it's free. So, and we would like the participation of the city mayor and the commission to be there that day. So please mark the calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keel.
I'm going to make this very quick, but I must reiterate with the city attorney, I didn't make it to that meeting, but I was very disappointed. I don't know if it's something that we probably will discuss later, but I do have a lot of questions in reference to it. I just didn't know exactly what was going on, but I'm only one commissioner, I'm only one vote, but I didn't agree with it. I feel that he was a very good attorney for the city. That's mainly my biggest concern right now. That's really what I've discussed, been thinking about all night. So
I guess it's just something that we can, I'll just ask questions about later and see what exactly is going on, because it was a 3-2, I guess 3 to whatever vote. But I was very disappointed with it. I watched that video, and I was very disappointed. Nothing about a white, black community, whatever it is. I was just disappointed just as a person. I think he did a very good job. You know, it just baffled me, because the previous meeting we had just commended him and just told him how good he was doing. So I was very, very baffled from it. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Bolden.
I want to thank everybody for coming out. It was nice to see a full crowd, and it was a good crowd tonight. So
yes.
I think that we had some good discussion, and sometimes it takes a little longer, but I think we got a lot covered tonight. I do want to talk to everybody, and I know we've talked about it in the past, but the census is coming up, and we do need to form a complete count committee. So if you're interested, please come in and see me and give me a call, email me. The census, I mean, everybody talks about we need franchises, we need this, we need that. So for the next 10 years, whatever we do is going to get counted based on what we're going to count starting April 1st next year. That's going to follow us for the next 10 years. So if we can't get a franchise in here, it's because we didn't do a full count. Last year, only 60% of us said we were here. So we only got 60% of the money that we're entitled to, and we don't have enough population, according to that census, to bring franchises here. So we all know we're here. So we need to count ourselves, and we need to make sure that we get everybody to participate. So please come out and do that. I want to thank Herbert for the Relay for Life. It was excellent. It was very nice, and thank you for the city for being able to have it up there, because I thought that was the perfect place to do it. It was cool. It was the perfect amount. I only got tired after 2 laps, so that worked out pretty good. The drum line was fantastic. The praise dancers, the kids were good, just great. Everybody did a wonderful job. And I think everybody had a really good time, and the food was good. I ate and left and ate some more, and you know how it goes. Anyway, this morning I went to West Tech to the GCRR, which is the Glades Career Readiness Roundtable meeting, and they had the e-simulators there, and that's something that they're looking to put in for vocational. And those are just unbelievable. That allows a student to actually use a forklift, learn to drive a crane, learn to drive a gigantic boat through the locks, land a plane, dig a hole. It's just amazing what it allows them to do without actually ever having to crash or, tear up a machine or anything like that. And it was really unbelievable to sit there this morning and watch the kids that were in those classes to get on those simulators. And the one that I thought was the cutest was the spray painting, because they showed you how, when you got done, how you did. And all of the guys overpainted, and all of the girls did it good. So, But anyway, so I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, and I agree we need to have some town hall meetings, and hopefully we can arrange that. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Well, I've been accused of preaching, and I guess I'm going to preach again tonight, because there's something that I need to say, and I'm just going to get straight to the point. I did make a vow, and I want to clear this up for people that say, well, he says he doesn't have a Facebook. Well, I have clandestine informants that send me screenshots from time to time. Some very despicable, racist comments, and as long as they are continued to be made, I'm going to sound the alarm. I will piggyback off of what Mr. Morrison stated with regards to it is a blessing in disguise that you are really showing who you are. And an enemy known is an enemy that I can best handle and deal with. Comments such as, it's evident that they were on welfare growing up. It's evident that they still have a welfare mentality, which is a slap not only in my mother and father's face, who worked with the Palm Beach County Sheriff Office for 30 plus years, slapping in my father's face, who was a business owner and who retired from Palm Tran, a slap in both of my grandparents' face who worked, slapping a lot of the folk that have migrated from Georgia, South Carolina, and different parts, who work their backs to the bone to generate wealth for a small percentage of people that enjoy wealth. So I really take those comments very offensive. And when we say that we love Pahokee and we want the city to move forward, but yet we promote such garbage. And I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on my job's Facebook because I don't even have the login, but I have those things sent to me. Cartoon with black faces on it. Speaking with ungrammatical profundity. To me, that's not innuendos. Those are not hints being made. It is directly in your face saying how they feel and revealing who they are. But like cowards do, they hide behind Facebook. 50 plus years ago, they hid behind sheets. And so it's just a different mode of operating. But I just have to say it. But even in the midst of all of the garbage, there are still citizens of goodwill on in different sectors of our community that know the truth, that don't agree with this garbage that has been promoted. And so I'm just grateful for those individuals that see the silver lining in spite of the gray clouds. But that was very offensive to me because I come from a hard-working family. And when I look at this day, I look at individuals whose parents worked very hard and made themselves susceptible to pesticides and other things to make a living for their families. And so I took that very offensive to accuse us for being welfare recipients, where the largest welfare recipients is big business and farmers. And I can statistically prove what race of people that is high on the list when it comes to receiving governmental aid. Another thing that I want to speak to was the free press that I've been receiving. I might need to send a thank you card for making my name relevant. I think that's what got number 45 President Trump elected, was the free press that many gave him. But on February the 26th, I was asked and advised by the council at that time to abstain from voting on the old hospital because it was stated that I was taking jobs away from people. It's amazing how selective our memory is, because the very investor that wanted the hospital pulled out, and it was recommended from the city attorney at the time not to extend the contract 120 more days because they just discovered that it was asbestos in the building. So I just wanted to confirm that I didn't take jobs. I didn't ruin a deal for the old hospital. I did not try to protect my job because, once again, my parents wasn't on welfare, and even if they did, welfare has helped a lot of people get out of their messes by giving them a hand up. And but if I happen to fall on bad times, I got parents that could help me until I get back on my feet. But I didn't stand in the way of that. I was standing for what was right, regardless of if I worked there or not. On March the 26th, the city attorney at the time recommended that the commission not grant a 120-day extension to the potential investor. They had no plan. They had no jobs that they were promising. It was just taboo. Just the buzzword. We're going to bring jobs. And so I just want to clear that up. I didn't take from the citizens of Pahokee. Those individuals backed out. I'm going to just say this, Mayor, you were dead on. I received calls, text message folk got in here in this sacred days and said, we need to get rid of the city attorney. But overnight, I just want to say this, and I'm going to leave it alone. Overnight, we become apologists for the very person that we got in here, emails, texts saying, get rid of him. But overnight, and I didn't commend him on a good job. I commended the idea that he presented. So, and we've had some concerns, and I'm not going to dance on that, but I did want to clear up that I did not take jobs. I abstained and didn't have no part in the decision-making process, and even signed the documentation of my abstaining from the vote. So I wanted to clear that up. And I know my comments is not going to stop the racial bigots from making the comments that they make, but they are hurtful. But I'm grateful that I am resilient and say what you must. The proof is in the pudding, in the type of person that I am. Attack me about whatever. But let's stick to the subject. Let's stick to the issues. Let's not deflate. Let's talk to some of these investors potentially that we have locally and see if they want to sow back into their city, the city that they so love. That's how Belgrade is moving forward, because they have local people that have joined in partnership to get businesses up and running like they got them up and running in Belgrade. Not the city of Belgrade, not the commissioners, not the city manager, but local investors are doing that. And we have some people that make money off of the city of Pahokee, but they're not putting the money back in the city. So let's make a call. Let's bring Al Peffley and let's talk to some of these local investors and see why we're not invested in the community that we say we love so. Those are my comments for tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Everett. Vice Mayor Murphy.
Comments. Good night, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. This meeting is adjourned.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, the town hall meeting. The town hall.
Mayor, I'm going to send some option dates for June for town hall. I'd already had